Hello everyone. Welcome to another stream today. I'm distracted because I'm watching a stream right now and like it's about to end. Anyways, today I want to actually I probably sound like I just woke up too. I kind of just did, but my goodness. I hit 20 followers. Let's go. Sorry, I'm watching a stream. The face cam would benefit heavily from a green screen. I know. I'm watching this stream. I'm so distracted right now. Give me like a few minutes. I feel like I needed to come alive a little bit. But okay, today I want to work on brain fart. Probably updating the simulation logic. The stream's almost over. Give me like a few minutes. Oh my goodness. Alright, so let's see here. So I want to work on the simulation logic. I want to work on probably adding more particle types, and I also want to take a look at Yeti's programming language thing here. Okay, so have you used Forth or a similar language before? I've never heard of Forth until you've like mentioned it once, and I still don't know what it's about, so. But yeah, I know the face cam would definitely benefit from a little bit of an actual green screen. It would also probably help if my lighting was a little bit better. Like if I was actually lit up, yeah, that's a lot better. Although this light is so bright. Callisto, the pain and agony at first. Let's see. I have written assembly. That was not too bad. I've written C and then had to translate it to C++. That wasn't too bad. I'm sure I can survive. I've written JavaScript. Okay, I've done JavaScript. JavaScript is the worst language to exist. Every language you have used is in the applicative partigam. Cannot speak. Concatenative. That'll be interesting. I remember you talking about something about it being like very stack based or something like that, or is this something else? The stream is almost over. So, explain how stack-based works exactly. Alright, now I'm not super distracted anymore. Okay, so you do operations by putting operands on the stack and then writing the names of operations that do stuff. Like you push 2 numbers to the stack by just writing them like 2, 3. Alright, so I guess, alright, let's look at this. So then to do plus on those numbers pushes the sum to the stack. The stack is just 5. The fourth will explain it a lot better. Alright, let's take a look at this. Screen scene time. Turn up my volume a little bit so I can hear that music. Oh my god. So what is fourth exactly? Go to the part called the stack fourth workspace arithmetic. You know what? Oh, I was still in OBS when I did that. I hope I didn't do anything weird. There we go. Without getting too specific, let's say you have a pocket calculator which expects its buttons to be pushed in this order. 3 plus... I didn't want that to... Okay. Let me enlarge in this a little bit. 3 plus 4 equals. In order to perform the addition and display the result, here's a generalized picture of what might occur. So you put 3 in a box A. The name of the operation. The intended operation addition is remembered somehow. The number 4 is stored into a second place. The calculator performs the operation and stores the result in box A. So put 3 in there. Put 4 in there. You say plus. So this thing will pop out these 2 numbers. Pop them off the stack. Put them into their magic machine. Do some magic. Spits out the number right back onto the stack. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable thing. Hey, thanks for the follow, Yeti. You haven't been following me yet. My goodness. Okay. I need a new follower goal. Holy moly. I reached my follower goal while I was asleep, pretty much. You only followed now because you were watching YouTube. I see. Fair enough. I'm giving up on streaming programming to YouTube. I'm still gonna do gaming streams on my gaming YouTube channel, but programming, no one wants to watch that on YouTube. So I need a new follower goal. How the heck do I make a new goal? Here we go. Manage goals. I need to like, what should my new follower goal be? Twitch is better for streaming in general? Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, so start new goal. What do we say? Like 30 followers? Let's do that. Yeah, new goal. $400,000 followers? Hey, you know, that would be the dream. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand this last diagram. Now I feel lost. Guess I should actually read the thing. Okay, so this goal started successfully. Pop-up is now like in the way of the feed here. Can you get out of the way, please? I might have to refresh. There we go. Alright, let's see. I got a bunch of followers overnight. My goodness. Totally didn't advertise myself in another channel. Thank you, Buggy Burrow, for the follow. Thank you, Matt Bird's Quest, for the follow. Thanks for the shout out, Buggy Burrow. And thanks for the follow, Never Dark Games. And then thank you for the follow again, Yeti. Alright. Let's get me to the average of 3 views. I need to get affiliate. I want to have like channel points and stuff. Like, what things should I do with channel points? But for anyone who is viewing for like the falling sand simulation stuff, just really quickly, I'll show what I've got. It'll take a bit because I did something weird earlier, so I tried to get some lighting stuff working, and things are kind of choppy when you draw for some reason, but yeah, this is what I've got so far. I don't know why you can draw an extra type there. I need to fix that. Should add some water. This is what I've got so far, though. Everything's looking pretty good. Well, not really. The simulation needs some work. Particle placement is laggy. If you could see that, I guess you can't. These stats need to be moved out of the way from the chat. I should probably increase the text size of that. I go from nearly 700, 800 FPS, and then I start drawing and it drops to like 20. It's really bad. But today I want to work on probably just adding more particle types in the first place. You like have more things to draw with. I should probably also do something about this lighting, because like I need like a directional light or something. I don't really know how to deal with lighting in this exactly, but I also want to try to fix the simulation logic, because what I had before was meant for when I had the 3D arrays, and I like kind of just modified it enough to work with the hash maps, and the logic is just doesn't quite really make sense. It's doing extra stuff it doesn't need to do or whatever, and also it just doesn't do what it needs to do. As you can see, like, you get these large towers of sand. But yeah, and for recap what I did last stream, I guess it's a little hard to kind of tell what's going on, but I am actually culling faces now that are not touching air. So you can probably, since I'm now inside this, you can actually like see inside this pile here. But yeah, I do need to figure out what the heck's going on with these. So red is now error particle, meaning that they're somehow being loaded as 0. Also, chunks take a bajillion years to load. It's really bad. It's because I should probably, first off, chunk loading and saving should probably be on its own thread, but that's a whole issue for later. So first off, though, wait, how long can you stick around, Yeti? Just so I can figure out what I'm doing here. About 50 minutes. Alright, so I guess I'll mess around with your language. So, oh my goodness. So you said something in Discord, and if you do, make sure to skip takedata.cal. Interesting. Oh my. I don't want to know what that's doing. Okay, so I guess the first thing that needs to happen is installing the decompiler. And I guess I should also figure out what version of Ubuntu I have. 22, I guess I also have 2404. That works. Let's, I think it's Windows Shift T. Oh, that's to translate text. Control T. There we go. That'll keep the window always on top. Love power toys. Like, if you don't have power toys installed, you are not using Windows right. I don't use most of these things, but like always on top's nice. The awake thing is nice. If I just want my screen to stay on, or if I just want it to go back to default with just an easy button here. This one. It's like keep my screen, or keep the computer awake for some amount of time, or like keep it awake indefinitely, and also keep screen on is really nice. So, like if I'm doing something I just want the screen. Color picker I use sometimes, not very often. I guess they also just have these nicer looking like path editing or environment variable editing UI. I don't really use many of these other ones, but like mostly always on top. Buggy Burrow, welcome. You're not using power tools? Well, it's power toys, but yeah, it's very nice. Have you seen my falling sand simulation thing? I guess I should show that. I don't think you were around when I did. It'll take a second to load up because I've done some horrendous things. This is the simulation. I really gotta. I need to figure out how to deal with lighting. No power toys or tools. I can also draw water. I need to add more types. I'm sure you're familiar with there being more than just sand and water in these kinds of games. But yeah, just can also erase stuff, but it's incredibly laggy and kind of hard to control what's going on. When people turn on their PCs with the screwdriver, does the screwdriver count as a power tool? That's an interesting question. I do not know the answer to. Alright. I mean, I'm so tired. I was up till like 4 in the morning. Yeah, I also need to optimize drawing. Also, the problem is when you erase, it doesn't actually queue particles around it to update. So now you can have like a floating sand particle here. And trying to aim at a particle to draw is very complicated. That is so different from what I expected when you first told me about your sand project. Yeah. I find it very difficult to explain what I'm trying to do. My goodness, it is choppy. I was picturing literal sand. You know, I mean, you could say I was like this tall, right? You know, you could probably imagine this being a little closer to actual sand. Yes, I can't actually draw there. Just have all these particles slowly falling. Will this game have electronics like the power toy that has? Maybe. I don't know if what I want to do in terms of like gameplay for this. It definitely needs to have a sandbox mode that's just kind of not any of like, if I do add gameplay to it, there needs to be a sandbox mode that doesn't have any of the gameplay stuff. I mean, I guess you could kind of classify this as a game. I still don't know how you would describe it. Yeah, I don't either. It's like if you had Minecraft. It's not even like if you had Minecraft, but like if you had Minecraft, but you like everything was just all the blocks are simulated. You have to discover elements by mixing stuff, and ooh, that's a good idea. That would probably tie in really well with my kind of idea of what I wanted to do. I really like the stone block mod pack in Minecraft. I really like that concept, and I also really love like the factory building mods in Minecraft. You know, like all the machines and pipes and stuff. So I really want to do like kind of a concept like that in this if I do add gameplay. I think mixing stuff and doing reactions, that would probably tie in really well with all that stuff. It's like you start off in like the undergrounds, and like you're trapped underground. You gotta use all these. You gotta use what you have down there, and like make machines and create reactions or like ways to modify the makeup of the matter or something, and like create particles, different particle types. That would be pretty cool, or something like. Oh my god, the ideas are flowing. The ideas are flowing. But this is incredibly laggy when I draw, and also when I move. You can probably see it like freeze every time it tries to load in some chunks. That's because my chunk loading is not performant and probably should be on a thread. But all these red particles are ones that are being read in with a type of 0. So it seems like it's either like the first or the last particle that's read, because every single chunk that's been generated here has a broken particle. If I close that down, if I get rid of the chunks, chunk system, particle chunk, let me go back to adding like the tiny little things. Just say like start at 5, go to 10. I don't remember what size I had this before, but this is pretty much what it used to look like. This will be a lot less laggy. There you go. This is what I've been kind of staring at for the last like forever. But like, this is so fun. Just flying around and scribbling particles everywhere. Simulation is struggling quite a bit though. I can't wait to see where this goes. I'm about to pass out now, but I'll be sure to catch the next stream. Alright, see ya. Sleep well. I know you are up like, what, it's like 4 in the morning for you now? Yeah, have a good rest. That was a lot of zombies you were trying to kill there. It looks like a fun game, kind of. Yeah, why are these 6? Oh my. Yeah, go the heck to bed. Go to bed. Alright, so back to this, now that I've demoed the sand simulation. Yeti, do you have a recommended IDE to do this in? Or are you one of those, like, Vim people? Is this good enough? Or do I need to micro? Cool. This should be pretty fast because I have gigabit internet, both on the upload and download, which is actually insane. Okay, so we've installed D. Let's see here. Downloading. Run source activate in your shell to use DMD. So we'll set up path library, blah blah, run deactivate later on to restore your environment. What is this doing exactly? Put the source command at the end of the bash RC. I see. Nano bash RC. Oh my. Can I just do like end? There we go. Just shove that right there. No, what? Okay, how do you undo on here? MU, okay. Exit, don't save. We'll just restart. I don't know why that didn't go to the end of the file. Put the source command at the end of the file, and then after that, do source bash RC. If I can type right, like that. I see. Interesting. Okay, how does one set up your compiler thingy? I'll restart. Clone Callisto Lang compiler recursively. Okay. Then do dub build. I think this is a fresh install. So I don't actually have anything on here. Yeah. I'm trying to think how I can make the least amount of mess on my computer. I bet I have mount. Yes. I need to figure out which hard drives what, because this doesn't name them. Sharing is caring too. Holy moly, that's almost full. Okay, so I need the S drive. CDS. LS. I think I have like a dev folder in here. CD dev. Yeah, okay. I have a lot of folders in here. We'll make a directory called, just so I can remember. Did I spell that right? Right? Callistl? I can't see. My hair is in the way. Yes, 2 L's. Perfect. Alright. Git clone. I assume it's on GitHub. Callistoling compiler. Recurse submodules. I think that's the right. Using an IO intensive operation like Git on your Windows drives will have poor performance. Consider moving your project files into Linux file subsystem. Don't care. CD. What the hell? Oh, compiler. Dub build. How to build a compiler. This is insane. Is it done already? Do I have like VS Code installed? Or is it... There we go. My tiny compiler takes no time to compile. Alright, now I get all these freaking pop-ups. Yes, trust the authors. I know who they are, because it's my own folder. Alright. Why is the UI so massive? There we go. Actually, okay, let's... Fine. I'll move it to... CD... Move... Mount... S... Dev... Actually, probably... Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then I can do... that. Coolio. Yes, I know. I have not used VS Code in quite a while. Okay, so we have the compiler here. So you have a standard library, you have some examples. Let's... Oh my, that's a lot of examples. Which one do you recommend I start with? Is there like a hello world in here somewhere? Probably Echo? Eco? What the heck am I saying? Do you have syntax highlighting anywhere, or am I gonna have to like suffer through this a little bit? It's like writing shader code. The only text editor with syntax highlighting is Micro. Micro is like a command line tool or something. So this is how you include things. Let cell I, one I, let array arg. Oh my. This seems kind of complicated. Let's open up terminal. I don't understand how one opens up a terminal in VS Code. I have not used VS Code in so long. We'll just clone here. This, do I need to recurse this? Control plus tilde is terminal, I think. Does this need to be recursed too? Or is this good on its own? I guess it doesn't hurt to, You don't think I'll be able to use it? Well, I want to look at the code at least. You might as well. So now we have this. See, I'm familiar with writing Discord bots, so maybe I can, like, translate that into figuring what the heck this does. So build sh main. So you should probably find main. Output Discord, so that outputs a binary to run, I assume. Input standard path or include. I don't know the command line arguments here very well. I'm assuming this is probably very similar to like C compilers arguments. Use libc, some other stuff. Are these like linking things? So like linking whatever that is in JSON. So I guess you can start from in here. So include cores, select, standard conf, standard IO. So I can get, I understand what standard IO probably does. Okay, so we have a function here. Some sort of operation to do or something. Let pointer JSON value be JSON. So why are you telling me to skip take data? Is there something in here that's weird or something? Alright, so we have a function called print escaped, which returns a pointer to an array. Take data just has curse code, I see. And takes, or are these arguments? I guess it technically, if it's a stack based language, then the return value is just on the stack, right? You can just then access that. The pointer array string is a parameter. So this whole thing is I see. So you have a pointer to an array of strings. Interesting. Alright, so let cell I. So I'm guessing these are declaring variables. But because stack safety, you still have to tell the compiler what your parameters are. Like an add function would be func add cell A, cell B to cell value again. My goodness. So cell is by parameters I meant to say return value. So you still have to tell the compiler what your return values are. Cell is just size t. Interesting. It's an integer type for values on the stack. So this is I, while I string length less than do. So this is while I is less than string length. Do this. So I string a at C. This has got me lost now. So this is just a for loop here. It's for reading from an array. I see. So read a string at index I and put that into C. if C is double quote, so if C equals a double quote, then print this. So this is just like, yeah, escaping characters. Else if is C is 2 backslashes, then print 4 backslash, I see. So print string, I'm guessing, is like a function. It takes this and then prints it. Or is this a value? Else C, print C. Okay, yeah, so these are just like functions. Print this string, just print the character in C. And then I increment, put it back in the I. And then you start the whole loop again. Okay, I'm starting to kind of understand. I still don't think I could write any code in this, especially without syntax highlighting. But, or like autocomplete or anything. But we're getting there, Okay, so we just spent forever just trying to figure out how the print escaped function works. Parse CGI, that's a function, I have to guess. Alright, so let pointer JSON value JSON. Content.elements, content.length, JSON parse. So whatever content is, take elements and take the length and parse it, put that in JSON. Take the string and print it. New line, which I'm gonna have to guess is some function that just prints a new line. Let cell message type, so it's just a size T, so just a number. JSON Discord get type. Put that in a message type. Okay, so this is probably a function that takes JSON and returns its value into there. So let's see here. So we're reading in some JSON. We're getting some Discord type, some message type from the Discord API or something. Alright, so if the message type equals 1, we'll just print type 1. If message type is 2, we're gonna do all this stuff. So this is probably the run loop, right? This actually starts up the bot and stuff, I would have to guess. Or let's see. Message command. So we have an array of message commands. Take the JSON and some pointer or reference to the message command value. And Discord get command. If the command byte sum a equals then. Okay. A equals. What is that supposed to be? Compares two arrays. I see. Because strings are technically an array of characters. So we're comparing message command is a character array. So Discord get command fills this value with a string. Or a character array, I should say. And then this is how you compare two strings. I see. So if the command is byte sum, or if the command is take. So let array input, JSON, some string input, a referenced input, or a pointer to it. Are things pointers or references? I guess probably pointers. I guess they're kind of the same thing. I don't know why, like, I understood pointers in C and C++. I figured. I understood pointers in C and C++. I like caught on to that pretty easily. And then like references, they make sense. C++ references make sense, but at the same time, I'm still like confused by them. I just there's just certain cases where it just doesn't quite like make sense, but like at the same time it does. And like sometimes like, well, why don't you just return a pointer then? Like, why? But anyways, so you take JSON, a string called input, and a value to fill. Discord get option string. So this is parsing the commands that you've picked from there, right? Let's sell I, so we're gonna do a loop. Sell sum, we're gonna do some math. So while I is less than the input length, index I, so input at the value at the index I, sum plus, so you're going to add this to this and put that in sum. And then we're going to increment I. Alright. So then we're going to print this. Type for data content, the sum of bytes. Print escaped. Print string, I see input, so we're going to print the input then. Then we're going to print the sum. And then we're same kind of thing for take. Get epoch time random seed. So we're just putting these two values in. Or I don't actually know what that's doing there. Oh. Type data content take. So this is just this is printing a string. I'd have to guess. Yeah, because you have the two commands. Alright. Make data. Why have a Python script in here? Ah, these are all your, like... Coding in L is mental torture. I guess we can probably guess that L is going to be replaced by a language. My goodness. uh, hey, how come I'm not in here? Alright, get out of here. I don't want to install Python. Alright, so we have this CGI thing, which I remember seeing something about it. Parse CGI. This looks like some web-related stuff. Content member size. So this is parsing HTTP headers of some sort. Then we also have Discord. Discord get type. So this is getting information from... Do Discord apps work differently? Are they like a single invoke function kind of thing? Rather than like where Discord bots are like a thing that just runs? Oops. I think apps just respond to stuff over HTTPS. Because I haven't messed around with apps. Ada not in the language block because coding in Ada is physical torture. Man. Alright, so Discord get type. We take the JSON value. And we're going to get some... This is just like Discord related nonsense with the JSON it gives you. Ooh, we got some structs in here. Enums. Fancy looking. So there's just some JSON parsing related stuff. And we got some random related stuff. The log A and the log M. Sounds interesting. Random update, random next. So apps, I know Discord, so Discord bots run on a WebSocket. They keep a WebSocket open. And apps are just... Do apps follow that same WebSocket thing, or is it more just like an HTTPS server that Callus bot works a bit differently to every bot ever made. Fair enough. Because I guess the thing is like, looking through this, I'm failing to see a. I wouldn't say event loop, but like some sort of continuous loop that, keeps a connection open with Discord. I don't really understand what it is, but SocksFox will have a program that implements all the Discord stuff and calls the Callisto program using CGI to respond to commands. I see. What is SocksFox? So your code is a one-time execution script for a command. So when a command happens, SocksFox made the Callisto. Oh, it's a person. So my understanding is that there's some other program that actually handles the Discord application, and then whenever a command is received, it just one-off executes the Callisto code with that JSON data, and then poof, no longer running. The Callisto's no longer running. The bot code still is. Because this seems very much like a run once kind of thing. So this is the thing that probably has something to do with that. I don't really understand this code very well. Take data you said was horrible looking. I can see that. I'm guessing that's what the Python script does, is generate this. Ooh, my take. Alright. Thanks for tuning in, Yeti. I'll go back to my sand sim now, because I'll be completely lost looking at this without any guidance. But thanks for coming and hanging out for a bit. Hopefully I can see you around again. Alright, back to the sand simulation. Let me go ahead and close these tabs. I can open them again if I need to. Alright, so for the sand simulation, I want to work on making the simulation logic a little better, and I also want to add more particle types. Okay, simulations. Oh my goodness. I should also probably change this. So like right now we just start with like a whole thing that's already falling. I also need to really optimize. Oh my god, there's so much I need to do. Okay. Render let's not work on this branch. I need to push this branch because I've done most of the rendering optimizations that I'll be doing for now. The next thing to do would be like greedy meshing and whatnot, and like that's a whole thing in itself I gotta figure out how to do. I also want to like texture the particles, and Oh, that's not gonna be fun. I also need to. Man, I have so many things I need to do with this. I need to figure out how to deal with the particle scaling and also like the positions and stuff because like things are weird, so I have to do weird things in the shader and whatnot, and it's just all confusing. Oh, it's a mess and a disaster. Oh, I'm so tired. I was up till like 4 in the morning. Okay. But yeah, mainly adding more particle types and getting the simulation a little bit nicer. That would be pretty good. Alright, so let's go ahead and merge this thing. I really hate that when I close this other Chrome window that it gets rid of all my tabs. I don't know why, maybe because I'm not logged in, so it's just trying to be annoying until I log in. The reason I haven't logged in is because it's annoying. Because every time I go to like Stack Overflow, it pops up the login with Google thing on the corner and like shows all my email addresses. And it's like, okay, come on. Please don't do that. I hate when websites do that. It's like, I'm just trying to read stuff, but I'm on stream. Ugh, I hate when it does that. Alright, anyway. Store chunk mesh on the GPU rather than writing it to the GPU memory every frame. That is done. I have so many tabs open, I do not know where I am. Okay, render optimization. We will go ahead and make a pull request for this. I'm used to there being like a thing on top. It's like, there is a recent push and you can make a pull request. That's not a thing. Rendering optimization into main. All right, let's see. So store chunk mesh on the GPU and re-upload when the mesh is updated. We camera aspect ratio updates with window size changes. Created error particle. Infinite perspective matrix. Added better lighting. Not really better lighting, but sort of better lighting. Create PR. I believe there is an issue here that I've made. I'll go ahead and link it with my project as well. Squash and merge. I feel like I need a better project board for all this. I also need to plan things a lot better. Oh my goodness. Oh, my legs need to stretch. All right, we'll go back to main. Run pull. Well, I can't call it better simulation, can I? Pretty sure that already exists. Or something similar to it. Alright, so I always struggle with the naming of these branches. I'm so tired too. Better simulation. So, I guess adding more particle types. Let's do that. More particle types. Alright, so I have this particle types thing. It's kind of a disaster. I see. I don't think this will work very well anymore. And the other thing is, if I want to probably more like physics simulate things a little bit more. Although maybe that's a little bit much. I guess the first thing would be at least adding more types to draw with. Sand, water. I think it's just a header file. What do we add next? I guess we need like stone. My naming of everything is so bad. Yeah. We probably want like maybe our first gas element. We could do like steam. So we have now we have our interaction between water and lava. I guess we don't actually have lava yet, so we should probably do that. So now we have our interaction between lava and water. We have sand, the main particle. We got steam. The other thing, part of the reason like having more physics-based thing is it makes it probably easier to like simulate like external interactions, external forces. Say like there's an explosive or something, like you want the particles to like, move. Uh and like with the current way this is set up, that would be impossible to like figure out how things are supposed to move when there's an external force. My goodness, simulating this is gonna be kind of tough. The other problem is particles don't really have a way to like interact with each other either. Like it's very hard to do things like making sand sink in water, for instance. Uh, and also kind of difficult to yeah, it's kind of difficult to do those things. Or like if lava and water touch, how to deal with the interaction of converting the lava to a stone particle and the water to steam. Cause like who like I feel like that's a particle responsibility kind of issue where it's like if I'm on a lava particle and I'm updating it and it's decided to turn to a stone particle, but also the water particle hasn't been updated yet, or isn't like in the queue to update, or the water particle is updated before, for instance. Hmm. See, it's problematic because like say I have like a water particle that's moved down. Now it's on top of lava, but like this is still this frame, and then a lava particle that under it now is updating. But then I guess it doesn't really make sense for another particle to modify another particle's state. It'd be the water particle's responsibility moving down to be like, oh, there's a lava particle right next to me. I should probably try and update next frame. But then, like, yeah, I don't know. This is like a tough concept to deal with. I mean, simply put, I can just do whatever the heck I want. And if it doesn't really look good, then that's an issue for later. Because, like, I think I figured out most of the issues now in terms of like the rendering and the simulation. Well, I haven't really figured out how to make the simulation run decently smooth, especially if there's a lot of stuff that needs to be updated. But like now it's kind of the point where it's like, okay, well, I should probably just actually focus on writing the simulation and then work on whatever optimizations need to happen around that. Cause like I've hit a point now. I just like I've done enough of the like lame tasks that need to be done in order to like make it bearable to actually then continue on with the other stuff. So I guess let's see. Where is water? Let's copy this. Steam will. See, I don't have like random move up, do I? But Steam will just be like the invert of this. So like I need move predefined move states. Oh, we do have up. Random left, right, down. So we do have up. We'll just do that for now. No, I want to do that. I don't think left-right movement really works all that well. I guess we can just random left-right. None of this is really good. Steam is... What states do I have? I guess is more of a gas. We also need to come up with a color. So let's find color picker. You probably want sort of a white color. And then we probably want it to be somewhat transparent. Oops. How are water particles transparent, but they're not actually transparent? Oh, it's not 255, I see. They're somewhat. Stone will follow mostly the same properties of sand. Lava will probably follow the same kind of thing as water. We need a color for it. Probably do like a kind of an orangey color, an orangey red. Something like that. Lava. Guess lava's not really transparent. We'll just say 240. Ah, yes, the temperature of lava. 30 units. I don't actually know what units temperature will be assumed. Probably just Celsius, the superior units. And stone will just follow what sand does. Stone. I mean, kind of want like a grayish color. Oops. And like the problem is like the stacking properties of particles. There's like sand needs to like spread out more, but like stone needs to stack a little bit more and not also like sand pile exactly. I guess it kind of depends. You'd probably want like maybe different like different ways of like drawing things, I guess. And I guess there's like a difference because like wet sand will also stay a little bit more structural than like dry sand. So like simulating things like that, that's beyond me. All right, so air particle debug. So we want sand, water. Just do lava particle. Stone particle. Don't add water again. Steam. I think we added just those. Lava, steam, and stone. This should just work. Because I made this system to be simple like that. Kind of freaky going inside these piles. Alright. So we can draw our sand. We can draw our water. My goodness, that looks so cool. The lighting is weird and stuff. But yeah, I don't know how I want to like define how particles interact with each other. I know I want to do like a temperature kind of thing, or just like water and lava don't immediately just turn to stone and steam, but instead, lava would like slowly lose its heat into the water. For example, now we actually have lava. I don't know if the color of that's right, but I also feel like adding like glowing or like light effects to particles might be something worth doing. And these are like somewhat transparent. Then we have stone. That's feels a little too dark, but that's also just like the lighting is really bad. And also like the background color is really bad. So we had stone in here. And like things like this is like there is the possibility that there can be a stone just sitting on top of a water. because yeah, like that. That's not how that works. So like I don't know how to also deal with that. Like particles need to like swap places. Then we also have steam, which I'm interested in how that works. I mean, it goes up. It'll probably crash. I don't know if I really have a logic that stops things from going too high. I guess I do. Now we have clouds, basically. Oh, I can't wait to, like, cross chunk particle movements allowed. Because, like, particles can't move between chunks yet still. They all want to move mostly to the left. Then they hit the edge and they're like, yeah, I'll go up. Why do they always move left? That's not... Random left, right. Oh. We never actually implemented the random. Okay, so that means we should try this. Well, I guess the problem is... Okay. So case 0, case 1. It would be nice to have a better way, though, of like, defining that. So we can draw steam or some like no type particle. Don't know why that gets simulated. This shouldn't really be allowed to be drawn. Okay, so steam is just always going to go up. But yeah, now we have clouds basically. Chunk loading is very disastrous. I'm thinking having like the player be a chunk tall. Something like that. So imagine this would be standing in the world. I also would love to have like a bigger drawing brush, essentially. Should also be allowed to draw debug particles which don't do anything. Should make the little circle around me thing. That perfect circle. I should probably like not coal transparent things maybe. I don't know. There's a sort of do, but like it seems kind of broken. I guess there's some like render order issues as well. So I guess the fix to that would be making a separate mesh of transparent objects and then rendering those transparent object meshes after everything else. I should add vertical chunks back in as well. Now that the simulation stuff's a little better handled. Alright. I guess, so we've added more particle types. Oh my goodness, my cursor keeps getting eaten. Added lava, stone, and steam. So now we have a little bit more things to mess around with. Guess I forgot to push. Alright, so what kind of stupid stuff are we doing here? Yo, Chas, welcome. It's truly amazing how I managed to miss Discord pings every single day. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Yeah. Have you seen how the simulation's looking now? uh, Alright. So I've added some new particle types. We got lava, we got stone, we also got steam, which just goes up pretty much. I changed the color of debug particles to be purple and transparent, and then red particles are error particles, which they're basically particles of type 0, which means something bad happened. And you can see there's a lot of that, so that means, and something to do with my chunk loading and saving that has an issue, so I need to figure that out. Oh my. So I guess I need to... I really want to make it so that particles can actually move between chunks now. Simulating them is not a huge deal to fix right now. I mean, like, this just needs to be completely redone. I don't know about this move state thing. I feel like there are better ways to do things, and also particles should be able to move like more than one spot at a time, because especially like based on their speed, essentially their velocity, and like I don't know how to handle that. I really don't. I don't have any ideas. Oh, I'm so tired. Um but yeah, this is pretty much just like lame man's simulation, get it, so things actually move, and then I called it good, and it's just not really good anymore. It's like I need to check more than just like the top and the bottom particle from me. I need to like check everything around me, figure out what needs to be added to the queue, and blah blah blah. And then also like trying to move a particle from one chunk to another. That's gonna be interesting. Um hmm. I guess then that means I need to make chunks on a hash map. It would be very nice though if particles could move between chunks. And also making chunks in a hash map means that I'm not going to have to call this function for every single chunk when I'm drawing, which is probably mostly where the lag is. I maybe not, but like the more chunks that I have, the more it's just not a good situation. So I guess that's really the first thing to do is moving particle chunks into a hash map. Let's see. I think particle data, I have something similar for using like a map. So we do something like this, but we just do like chunk hash map. So just like unordered map, and then this can be a particles chunk. Yo, welcome. Nathan Bags, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is my first raid too. Thank you for the follow, Fate. Welcome. I am working on a 3D falling sand simulation. Let's see if it'll actually run. I might have broken something. Look at this stuff. This is like crazy. Auto something. I can't read from here. Autodidact. Yeah, I don't need cheap viewers. Welcome, welcome. Alright. So what were you up to? I have no idea how to say that word. C++ game dev. Interesting. You're watching Nathan code a game from scratch in C++ 17. Ooh, sounds cool. Try the templates at the bottom. What you're working on? C++ voxel engine. I see. See, this sparks my interest a bit, although I am trying to write everything of mine from scratch too, so. Voxel engine. That project got put on hold. Yes, 5 months ago is the last update. I spent the last year making a game engine and cross-platform build system. That's what the templates are. Interesting. Voxel engine soon. Alright. Sounds pretty cool. Hope everything goes well with all that. So let's see here. Web design, a little bit of C++, C Sharp, probably like Unity stuff. Going great, header only, single and split file project built last night. Yeah, mostly. Eagerly anticipate standard 23. Yeah, I'm using standard 23. I messed around with modules a little bit. It just didn't really work for my projects that well, or like I just couldn't really figure it out either. And like I'm just so used to using header files for things, having the header and implementation separate and whatnot. So like modules seem like a nice thing to have, but I just couldn't figure out how to make them nice to have. They suck, but they are static and only compiled once. So for huge projects, they compile like small ones, very scalable for my modular engine. I'm building a massive X software also. I can see how modules would speed up compiling things just because now you have just one file that you have to compile rather than like looking at the header. Like you have to put together. My understanding of I don't have a good understanding of the compiler for C and C++, but like my understanding is it like puts together all the headers and then it also then takes the implementation. Like the headers are somewhat of like a promise that there is going to be implementation, and then it like takes the implementation and plugs it in, and then there's complicated stuff, but like it's a C++ complete build system and nested templates. Other languages do modules already, so yes. Yeah. I'm familiar with this sort of concept, like I guess you'd say like JavaScript in a way is like you don't have a a declaration and then an implementation separate as separate files, although I guess usually people do that anyway, or like compile it into TypeScript. I hate JavaScript and TypeScript so much. Oh my goodness. But yeah, like I'm familiar with the concept. I just feel like I just couldn't figure out how to do it in C++. Just didn't, and like I was trying to translate all my stuff into it, so it's like I had a mixture of header files and modules, and just it wasn't. Every time you include, it reads again. That slows build time recursively. Yeah, modules just don't. They also eliminate hint files and other help files. They'll become static modules. Reusable modules. It's part of what's called atomics. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, here's what I've been working on. Getting a little bit of 3D particle simulation going here. If you like voxels, you need modules. Yeah, modules could help me a little bit in some places, but like I don't even have like a good solid plan of what the heck I'm doing in this. And so like just adding another way of uh another style of writing code, and also just another way of like importing code, I guess you could say, including it. Just like I feel like that just adds to the mess of my whole thing. Just wait, my engine is being co-authored in C++ 23 modules. It'll be the first. It's a future engine like nobody will understand until after I'm dead. Well, that's an interesting thing to think about, I suppose. Yeah, I need to make it so particles can move between chunks, because right now they can't. You can probably see maybe a little bit here. There's a chunk right here. Is like against the chunk. The lag I'm getting because I'm generating chunks. I forgot I did this, and like now it's like a, you could say like a Minecraft super flat, basically. I've been a game dev since age 13. I'm 44 and wrote a 4D game engine in 1 year using AI to help get back to speed. Interesting. 4D, 3 dimensions already feels hard enough to think about. I I've watched videos like people making you know 4 dimensional voxel games or some weird things like that, and it's just like, this is breaking my mind. I do not understand. I want to play the game, but like, time not spatial. Yeah, well, in terms of what we say the fourth dimension is, we say it's time, but is there really anything stopping you from also saying it could be a spatial dimension? No, not really. I don't really understand all that stuff that well. You know what? My music stopped. That's why it's so quiet. What do I play? Is this Christmas, like Christmas lo-fi? I don't want Christmas lo-fi. It's a definition of the math considering things can slide through each other and other dimensions. Light itself is 2 dimensional. Huh. Yeah, this is like Christmas lo-fi or winter lo-fi. Pixel. There we go. That's the jam right there. Okay, so oops. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I was trying to move this in the map. Do I keep these as pointers? E equals MC2. I think that's squared? Is it actually times 2? I don't remember. C is the constant speed of light squared. Yeah. Squared, not cubed. Times 2 is squared. Energy times the mass of the speed of light times 2. I see. Interesting. Is the music too loud? I'm gonna turn it down just a tiny bit. Alright, pointer or The speed of light times 2 is the constant of the speed of light because it's two-dimensional in mathematics. I see. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think you usually store the things as pointers. So we'll use... Why do I have caps lock on? Unordered map. We'll initialize it. This is why 4D engine. I'm going to make a game you can play with whoever you played with forever. I don't think I understand that. And where you're a superhero in a world of superheroes who all control their own relative time. Interesting. Well, wouldn't every game engine be 4D then anyway? Because, you know, you have to factor in time into everything. Well, most things. Like, especially doing, like, physics simulation or something. Although I guess that's... The dimensions of what you see and control are 3D. The entire engine is handcrafted and time-centric. You wrote it? You're autistic? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. It sounds like a large projects to take on. I don't think I have the mental capacity to try doing something like that. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I already struggle with rendering 3D stuff. Required AI assisted design. Yeah. I've used ChatGPT a few times for like some of the stuff and like what I'm doing now, but like I just try to avoid it. It doesn't write very good code. It is a lot better than it used to be, especially the times I did use it for this. But like the other part is like now I'm not thinking very much about what's actually happening, and then like I come back to it later and I need to fix a bug, and it's just like I don't know what this code's doing. 130 plus IQ, and even I am amazed what it can do. But but we understand the instructions. Me and robots make an unstoppable team. You bought ChatGPT last night. I have the Pro subscription, so you get access to the more advanced models. Yeah, it's like $30 a month, $20 a month, yeah. I haven't tried out the 4.5 model. I have access to it, at least at work I do. AI, ChatGPT usage is like basically required at work for me. Writes full explanations with emojis. Ooh. ChatGPT knows how to write emojis now? I guess I have noticed that it started writing emojis sometimes, like a rocket ship emoji. Really likes to use that one. Four 4.5 writes papers as well. Interesting. Yeah, I try not to use it for things too much. Like if I've done research online, I can't really find an answer to something that I'm looking for or like whatnot, I'll just go to ChatGPT, write up an explanation, have it do the thing for me, write the code, do the research for me, whatever, and then like I can look at the code it writes and usually end up modifying it because it's pretty good, but like, you know, I gotta fit it into what I'm doing. 3.0 and 4.0 and minis power the way. The engine is free though, combined with those templates, anyone can write anything, literally. What licenses do you put the stuff under? Free engine for life is my motto. I think I had a tab open here. Yeah. That's my hook to sell my game. Interesting. We got some images here. YouTube PNG. Ah. Do you live stream this stuff often? Or make videos about it? Vulcan stuff, oh my. Four months ago? I love the AI generated images are your thumbnail. Click on the Wii has... I don't want that to play. Which one? This one? No views. The spinning cube. You get Soro video and Dolly images with GPT also. I don't think I've tried Soro yet. Is that the one that can do like freakishly realistic video? See, you know what I want? Is I want to have like some sort of AI model or something where I can just give it my long ass live stream that I've just done and then plug it in to the model and it'll edit it. Like, I don't want it to generate video or anything. I just want it to like slice it up and make it into a nice video, as if I had, you know, like went and made cuts in a video editor. Like, basically a model that just does the editing. Like, then I can have like a stream highlights video that I upload. But like, I don't want to watch my entire 7-hour live stream just to make a 10-minute stream highlights video. It's like, AI video editing software. Well, see, the problem with such a AI video editing software is that it'll still require so much user input. And it's just like, no, I just want to like run a command from the terminal. Here's a video file. Produce out of it a video file that is the edits. Or like produce a DaVinci Resolve project file that's, you know, got all the edits done. And then I can like watch over it and like, I want this clip to be a little longer or whatever. Like, I don't, something like that. That would be nice. You need an agent task-based AI with video access. I don't know one offhand, but easy to find, talked about a lot. Yeah, basically not a model that generates anything, but a model that does tasks. Another model thing that I really wish that I had that existed is like a model that runs on your computer and knows everything about everything on your computer. In the sense, like, if I have a mess of files. I should like probably reorganize my files and stuff. But like, if I am looking for a file that I wrote some code 6 years ago and like I'm thinking about it for some reason and like I don't really know where it is or even like what project it was in, so it's not like I can go like look. I'd love to just type in a little chat box like, okay, so I wrote some code that did this, some odd years ago. Do you know where the file is that contains it? Or are there multiple files? Or like, if I have a bunch of video clips and I remember I did something in a video, but I have no idea which video file it's in. I could be like, okay, so I remember eating a large ass hot dog in one of my long streams. I think I have a video of it on my computer somewhere. Do you know where that video file is? Or just like, if I wrote like a diary somewhere on my computer, like, or I wouldn't say diary, a journal, that's a better word. If I had like a journal that like I kept all the time, it'd be like, what did I do last summer? And it can like summarize, based off just like, oh, like I have all these videos that I made over the summer. I was like making videos in the forest and like I wrote about this stuff I did in my journal, and I also wrote this code, so I have code files that I've modified over the summer. And like the model can just like compile all that together and be like, you did this and that and you wrote about this in your journal, and like here's a few of the videos, or here's highlights from like the videos, and like here's some pictures, here's a little compilation of all that. That would be really cool. I'd love something like that. But like I just can't find things on my computer anymore. Okay, so back to this though. We change this to a map. Chunks still need to know their position internally, I guess. Particle chunks, insert, guess we can just do glm ivec3 chunk pose, and this can be a constant. You're looking for this captions.ai. See, I don't want like a weird website that's gonna like take my videos and train their models off of it and steal my identity. Need something I can just run on my own computer. Video translator dub your video into a different language in seconds. AI video editor. Watches AI edits your video for you. Pretty cool. I think that's the only thing I would care about on this. I do not care about any of this other stuff on this. So like you have tools, the AI video editor. Robot dubbing, but it sounds better than real people too. That's, yeah. But like this is pretty much all I care about. And like then I don't want to use some random ass website I found on the web. Or that someone else found on the web. I'd love to actually just run an AI video editor on my own computer. They made it a felony to use it for porn on kids. Good job. Yeah. That's not a good thing to be doing with porn. Don't make porn of that kind of stuff. That's just bad. Revenge porn? Yeah, like don't make porn in the first place. Alright, I've typed that wrong. Chunk pose. Does this want me to give it... I need to get... Do I really have to freaking do a standard pair? Come on. Actually, I can probably get away with that. Or are you still going to complain because you don't know what the pair type is? Oh, this is not pointer anymore either. Uncensored AI is fun and healthier than Pornhub. Go make AI generate old ladies giving middle fingers. I promise your stream will surge. Oh my goodness. No. I don't need to do that. Gotta change my title. You know you want to click it? No, I don't want to click it. Alright, what is this complaining about? Please tell me error. No viable function. Do I actually need to give it a pair? Why is this being annoying? How do I deal with this in here? Oh, I just assign. I don't even deal with the insert. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Oh, so I need to generate a non-pointer. Okay, we're I'm gonna do a pointer just so I don't have to mess around with crap anymore, like, or I don't have to, like... Alright, have fun. Thanks for, checking in the stream. Definitely, come back another time. Good luck with your, 4D game engine. Sounds like a tough task to take on. Okay, so... Yes. Okay. Init chunk at pose. I don't know if I really need this anymore. I guess I need to have a better, like... loading sequence and stuff. So this is a reference to a chunk pointer. To access chunk in file. Oh, this is a... auto reference chunk position and the actual chunk. Views value can be used. What? Use views value. More action. What is that supposed to mean? Use views values. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I am back. Alright. So, I need to figure out what the heck this is telling me about. I was looking at my keyboard being delivered. I don't want to go on that whole rant, but like I got a keyboard. It was having trouble connecting, and so I went through going through the RMA process. I sent back the supposedly defective one, and now I'm waiting for the new one to be delivered. So I'm using my old keyboard again, and I've been tracking the package, and it like went from like Hong Kong, arrived in the US, then it went on to the other side of the United States, which is the complete opposite side of the United States from me, by the way. So it was on the correct side of the United States that I'm on, but then is now on the other side, and it's like, what is going on? Okay. Views values. What the heck is that? And also, like, when I click this, what does that change? Most likely because of errors in the source code. Player update particle chunks. So we need that. We'll probably want... Okay. Chunk. Position and chunk. Particle chunks, standard move. Oh, because I need to make a new unordered map of chunks. Required chunk position count. Keep chunk if it's within the range. Then just do chunk get grid position. That's just chunk position, so we don't need to call an extra function. Pose is just chunk position. Basically, we're just moving a pointer. This is making new chunk. At pose, and then equals the new chunk. This can be all like redone later. Const auto chunk position chunk. I'm like trying to look at my keyboard. My mic is like in my face. There we go. Wrong character. Chunk.render, and then for closing, if chunk is null pointer, we should probably throw local variables, structured binding declaration. How is this doing hashing? Oh, because I'm gonna need that. So used to doing Python. Enable GLM vector hashing. Okay, and then should be fine. Is this doing most likely due to errors in the source code? Use views, not values. Is it because I'm only using the value? Let's look. Here we go. So your standard map. You can do standard views, values, map, and that just gives you the value. AC. Although, okay. Standard views value. Where does this come from? Include ranges. So we have the camera's chunk position. Particle system. It's a very long line now. Go ahead and do that. And that should be good. Is mouse button held? So we only need to calculate this in here. Camera chunk position. And then instead of looping over every single chunk, we can just do particle chunks. I guess this could be bad though if the chunk doesn't exist there. But for now, we'll pretend that that's not a problem. Fix me. Do proper checking for if a chunk actually exists there. Function is missing const qualifier, I see. So we're having some const issues. So the chunk here, we want to dot at. Is this going to like not complain as much? Try place particle at. Then these. And then I need to do the same thing here, except when trying to remove, we just do that. I'd be surprised if this actually even runs. Alright. Whoa. Drawing is not working. It's not working in... I guess I need the drawing chunk pose, not the... It's like if I try to draw in a chunk next to me, it's not gonna work. Because I'm not in that chunk. Yeah, I have to be in the chunk because it's the player position, not the drawing position. Looking at particle position. Is this... So we want looking at... Looking at particle position. So we already do this in here. Particle version, particle grid to chunk grid. This is what we need to do. Not the camera chunk position, but the... No. I'm pressing all the wrong keys. This. The drawing chunk pose. World particle position. So this is looking at particle position. World particle position. Yeah. So look at particle pose. And then dimensions. Particle information. Dimensions comes from chunk. Where are we setting dimensions? When we create a chunk. So this is just let's see, we make a chunk. The dimensions is just the chunk size. This really should just be a constant somewhere, or like a static constant. So in player, dimensions is the chunk size. Go ahead and multi-line this so you can actually read it. And then this is the drawing chunk pose. So really we want this. And then instead of that, we want that. So we actually draw the draw type. Okay. That should fix that. Yes, now I can draw again, and it still drops my FPS. But not down to 30 FPS, at least. So we're still at like 100 FPS. But yeah, now I can, yeah, definitely am able to draw in other chunks now. So that's good. It's not the wrong value. I guess the other thing I really wanted... Oh. Got a crash there. Probably drawing... Probably drawing on the edge of something where I wasn't supposed to. What the heck? Okay, don't take me to assembly. Ah, drawing out of bounds. Yeah, we get an exception. So chunk doesn't exist there. I don't know how I want to handle. I guess the other thing is we don't actually need to do this anymore because we're just already checking that. So we need to grab a lock. Particle type is 0. We're going to remove. It might be better to, instead of remeshing, just setting the dirty. So chunk mesh, or is it mesh dirty? Load true. Oh, not load. Store. That way we only remesh when render tells us to. Yeah, now we have considerably less drop in FPS drawing. There is lag to drawing though. Yeah, there's considerable lag for drawing. Why would that be? I feel like that's only every simulation step. we turn like simulation down to like really fast. Yeah. And it's very responsive, but obviously everything draws really fast. I mean, that feels like a more realistic speed, sort of. Although, probably not, actually. That feels a little better. But yeah, it's really hard to see, but there's like a considerable delay. So it seems like if simulation never happens, then we're never actually gonna remesh. So when we render, we check if it's dirty, then we're going to reload. Let's see. Can I easily just disable simulation and see what happens? Okay, so something... Yeah, that means that remeshing is not actually happening until simulation step happens. Oh, is mesh dirty is... I see. We're not remeshing. Because simulation does a remesh every time. But nowhere else is remeshed. But we don't want to remesh. This is if the mesh is dirty, but not the data is dirty. We don't really have something that's like handling that. So I guess remesh for now. I wonder if there's a way to like fast mesh to like reuse the mesh that already exists. Like I only removed a block. Why do I regenerate the entire mesh? Why not just remove or add the section? Especially when drawing. Or I need some sort of like cue. But then there's also still lag. Because I guess the problem is there would only be one thing in the queue anyway when drawing. Mm. The other thing is, if we place a particle the same type in a place, maybe it shouldn't remesh. Because then you're just placing a particle the same type. Like, you replace the data, but if the types are the same. So we can do particle type information reference. That. We can just do this for a second. Like, think. Do remesh false. If do remesh, don't otherwise. If the particle type is equal to the particle information particle type, do remesh to true. Otherwise we add. In this case, we should always do remesh because it means there was not anything there, and now we put something there. If we remove, we always want to remesh. Particle position in chunk. See, I need to think about this and whether I want to store particle positions as real positions rather than chunk relative. So now when we're doing drawing, we're not going to be remeshing every frame at least. So we're still dropping frames quite a bit. I have to guess it's a walk. Since we're not doing simulation right now, because I've disabled it, I'm going to undo the lock and see if that's causing a lot of issues. No. There's something else. It makes this very slow. I guess I would also need Linux to actually like profile this and see if it's the reason, or see what the reason is. Something weird going on. Do I have like world position, a chunk position? Yeah. That seems like it could be a little better than flooring. And we do have the world position. Just looking at. I'm trying to think if there's a reason. There's a reason why this would not be a good value to use and why I should actually use. Particle grid to chunk grid. Particle position divided by standard chunk particle grid size. I guess the problem could be is if I doubt that the floor operation would be causing that much FPS drop though. fact, we could just test that by always calculating the value. Yeah, I don't think that's it. Also need to fix this because you can't actually move in multiple directions at once, so I think this should be plus equals. Is this axis a problem? Oh, forgot a semicolon. Yes, I know I'm not doing anything. Gotta actually try catch. We just don't care. So we're always going to be drawing draw type now. It's, yeah. So something's weird with this trypose at function. The other thing is we have it return a bool that we don't actually use. Whoa. Okay, never mind. Thought removing the bool made it run faster. Oh, that's weird. I'd have to say it has probably something to do with remeshing. That wouldn't make sense either because we're not even remeshing. Don't call remesh. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's definitely remesh then. But I shouldn't be calling that. Particle. Particle type equals particle information particle type. Do remesh. If they don't equal. That should sort of make it better. Yeah. So like now I'm not remeshing. Except when I'm actually drawing. But even, like, I only very lessly. But the other thing to do would be to actually say that the particle data is dirty. That way this could be called multiple times per frame or update. Say if I like made the drawing area bigger, so rather than the just one particle, you could like change the brush size, and then you draw like a 3 by 3 by 3 or something. So I'm trying to throw away all these candy wrappers from my Jolly Ranchers bag. I guess you can't really see it all that well because it's trying to like block it out. I really need to not eat these as much. But then instead we would just say, yeah, the particle data is dirty. And then what you could do is in update, you can remesh. Or like if the particle data is dirty, then remesh. But then that way you can then just add. Okay, so drawing is somewhat more performant. We can get rid of that. We will just do this every frame. It's not really big of a deal. Do proper check. I got a new Twitch achievement. Let's see. Stream 40 hours in the last 30 days. Alright. Get 5 people chatting at the same time, so to do that. Should update my stream title now. Should do like updating simulation logic and adding more particle types. There we go. Okay, so now we've made drawing less laggy. That's always a good start. Drawing the ghost cube. I guess I also should not be sending this every frame. I only need to bind to the buffer. So I should do this. inside of my init. So I generate the vertex arrays. Then I can bind the cube data. And then I don't actually need to render it. Actually, I might need to still do the buffer. Bind GL array buffer. So just unbind them. Okay, so I do need to bind the buffers. I guess that makes sense. Not that I'm gonna get too much performance out of that. Yeah. Still somewhat better. I love this mess that I've created. I need to like get a screenshot of that. The problem is you can still move around when the mouse isn't focused. I want to not allow that. So if cursor locked, we don't want to update any of our movement values. Also, I don't know why this is being handled here. This is more of like a general thing. So basically, if the cursor's locked, we'll just do it here and there. Don't update movement stuff. Oh. God. I've been doing so much Python recently, and it's actually fucking with me. Ugh. And like when I'm doing Python, it's just miserable. It's like I keep putting semicolons after the end of the lines, and it's just like, no, that's not actually a thing you can do. But yeah, at least we're dropping frames a little bit less worse when we're drawing. I feel like drawing will be kind of a separate thing from like if you're playing this a little more Minecraft style, or like if I made this a game, you probably would be like, you would have to mine a group of particles or something or whatever, rather than like yeah, 600 FPS, 1000 technically, if I actually capture the mouse. Yeah, all these air things are not right. Okay, let me delete my chunks And then also go to here and redo this. We're not generating a 64 by 64 by a 64 by 6 by 64 area. Basically like super flat. I guess we'd do by 1. Even then, that's probably laggy as heck. Let's do like 16 by 32. Also, where the heck is the sky color still being determined? Is that that's the clear color, isn't it? I feel like I should darken that a bit. Okay, let's close that. Particle data. We'll give it a bit of a fall. So we'll do like 5 by 10. It's a lot better. Generating chunks probably sucks still. My goodness, I remember when drawing used to be controlled by using the arrow keys. Yeah, chunks being loaded need to be put on like a separate thread or something. I need to fix that. Oh, it's because I'm just accessing the chunks. That was my to-do that I was very much avoiding. Cause like, yeah, I guess it's not really that expensive to just check if a chunk exists there or not. So let's go in here. Go down to our player. My bad. We can do exists. Contains. If not contains, I guess technically we're not in a... Well, I don't want to return... I also just don't want nesting though, 'cause it looks bad. So if it contains, then we'll try to draw. I mean, like, it's not that bad to have it nested. The particle type just goes to 0. Not sure why I unbind those though. I could just leave it all bound. Find the vertex data. Probably do that. No shader program. We don't care about the normals. Actually, technically, we don't have the normals on there anymore, so that's just not by default, I should say. Are these GL ints? Let's see. And these should be constant. I should really make more of a graphics thing, because nearing conversion from int to float. Yeah, I should really just make a thing that's like, here's this value, plug it into this. Well, I guess the problem is when you have multi-valued, but I'd have to do this for each of the types. It's like I want to do a matrix. It's like, okay, I have a matrix I want to put here. Here's the value, and then it'll like do this and this. Another thing I wanted to do actually is articles chunk. We actually send the shader program to chunks and rendering, don't we? Yeah. So this can also be standard views values. Simulation controls, simulation stats. We could also do if GUI begin, we can say rendering controls, then GUI end, and then if GUI button reload shaders. This way I could probably modify the shaders at runtime. Okay, so it doesn't crash if I do that. That's the first step. So say I take the fragment chunk, or we take the vertex chunk, and do something like this. I guess it doesn't actually copy it. I'd have to reload CMake project, I think. So what I would do then, this is from run directory, we'll do that. So everything's colors off now. But then if I just change it here, it will eventually actually load into, yeah. Let's go! That's so amazing. Shaders have just become a million times easier. Holy cow. And if I keep this always on top, and just put this in the corner, make it a little smaller. So like if I wanted to change things and do weird things to things and whatnot, remove this. Everything's just larger now. Get rid of this scale. Everything's not in the right place anymore. Or if I get the fragment, can change things like the light color, so make it like 0.5. Everything's darker. Can make it 0. There's no light anymore. Ambient strength. That's bright. .2. We can also change the light position. Series slide has a different shading, almost. It would be nice to get some texturing going. This seems like a little bit more reasonable lighting. This is so much better though. I can just click a button and it like just refreshes. It's still very hard to tell like the difference between things in some angles, but I feel like texturing would help a lot with stuff like that. We'd also probably make the light source not like a bajillion miles away. I'll do like 70, 50. Things will be a little darker probably, or brighter. We can also turn down ambient a little bit. Makes things very dark. Lighting is something to mess with. We can also draw like other particles and see how they look. I'd love to be able to make it so particles can have like glowing effect on them, which is actually probably not that hard now that I'm doing real meshes. Man, I love this so much. This is the dream already. Like I'm actually at the point that I thought I probably wouldn't even get to with all this. And just like this is it. This is it. Like, yeah, the simulation's a little choppy and there's some performance issues. The graphics don't look great. This looks like I don't even know, like worse than like beta Minecraft, alpha Minecraft versions, right? We're talking like that thing didn't even have shading or anything. Like, but like you can go around and you can draw the particles and they will fall. They don't interact with each other. But like it was pretty much the dream to just be able to go around and like have falling sand at the bare minimum. And now it's just up to adding like the quality of life that I wish to have. Can even add like a bit of water and stuff. Oh yeah, drawing in the out of the chunk bounds is not an issue anymore. Like this is all just up to like optimizing stuff. Like fixing issues that are things like that. Making the actual logic and stuff good. Having things actually interact with each other. As you can see, like water just sitting on top of lava casually. I think if you look through a transparent thing, it'll like show the mesh through. Yeah, I probably should like separately mesh them, but like, this is so fun looking in here. Maybe we could get like terrain generation in here. But yeah, like sand floating on top of water is not really how that's supposed to work. It'd be nicer to be able to draw like larger amounts of space. That's not even that hard. But like this is already like the infinite world and everything too. Like you can go out here as far as you want. Oh, sorry. Wow. How did I get rated here? Looks like an interesting project. Well, welcome. Let's see. You might have been. I guess I only had one raid from Nathan Bags. You end up on the like fell asleep and like went through like 3 different raids. And somehow ended up here. Happens sometimes. It's always kind of fun to see where you end up, though. At the end of the day, we have a bunch of different raids. But yeah, this is I guess I could make it a little larger. But yeah, this is basically what I've been wanting to have for a while now, and it's pretty much here and working. You are deep in leak code. Oh my. I have not looked at leak code in a long time, really. I wonder how far out you can go before, like, things start breaking. Well, glad that you were here. I'll post a link in the chat if you want to check out the code for my thing. I should have something that automatically advertises my link in here every once in a while. Very nice, yes. Nice indeed. But yeah, like I've been wanting to have this even this crummy needs a lot of work put into it thing. I have achieved my basic goal uh, of what I wanted from this. I love that I traveled so fast that these particles just ended up not being updated very much. Now they get to be simulated while I stick around over here. Oh, it's so bright. Look at this. Look at it. All of this. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. I don't like this is the way it's been for a while, and suddenly I've actually like realized like, hold on a minute. I've actually made this how I've wanted. Is it raining? Or is it just my computer fans, I think? Do my graphics card fans like kick on? I'm using 70% GPU, except it's not really. Is this for a game later on or just for simulation fun? Right now, it's for simulation fun. But later on, I do want to try to add some gameplay. I was thinking something like stone block kind of style. I really like the concept of the stone block mod pack in Minecraft, where like you start just underground in the air pocket. I'd probably have something a little more elaborate than that, but something like that. And I also really like kind of factory games. And then someone actually gave me the idea of like being able to like combine elements to like uh make other elements, kind of something like that. So like that could be part of the factory stuff. You're trying to make other elements. It's just kind of an idea. But for now, I'm just doing the simulation fun. I really like falling sand games. So things like but falling sand games are always, a 2D thing. Something like sand spiel, I think, yeah. Something like this. Like this is, but my vision is to have something like this but in 3D that you can like just, it's a sandbox. Like there's not really much that you do then, like, things interact with each other. You have, like in this, dust is explosive. So like stuff like that would be cool to get working in my thing, and 3D does make that a little more challenging than just this 2D. 2D's quite simple to do. But yeah, that's where I'm at with all that. So just trying to get that stuff going. I don't really have the simulation working very well. It's been through a lot, through like different changes that I just haven't like fixed it for. But yeah, I was definitely, though, if I add gameplay, I'll have like two modes. So like I'll have a mode that's just a sandbox mode, so there's none of the gameplay stuff in it. Or I mean, I guess you could have like maybe some of the gameplay things in it, but like it just is the simulation. There's not really anything where then there would also be the game mode, because I really like just going around and like drawing sand all over the place and letting it fall, and then like, adding explosions all over the place and whatever else that you can do. And thank you for the follow as well. Didn't notice that. I'm 75% on the way to my new follow goal. My goodness. I guess that counts the past follows as well. See, I hit my 20 follower goal, and when I wasn't even live, because I kind of advertised my channel on another streamer's channel, but I got a few follows from that. Since when are you streaming? You mean like how long I've been doing streaming of like the project overall, or just like my stream schedule? Because I actually started out overall. I've been streaming this project and programming stuff on my YouTube for almost a year now, I think. Uh, but like I wasn't really getting any audience on YouTube. Like, in fact, over the many months that I had done streams, I wasn't very consistent, but like over the many months I had done streams on YouTube, I just I wouldn't get any like views or any chatters or really anything, and like it's just a sad place over there. And then I like, all right, you know what? I'll try Twitch, and like even like that first week even was just like so much better than YouTube, and just uh but yeah, it's almost a year now. I've been doing streaming and like video content on my gaming YouTube channel for a long time. I mean, the gaming stuff came a little later on in my YouTube doings, but yeah, I can imagine the entrance to streaming is so low. There's so much content. Yeah. I've Streaming is hard because people work and people have busy lives, so it's just really hard to watch streams. Like even for me, like I don't consider myself that busy, but like I just don't really have the time to watch streams, yet alone do streams, especially consistently. So like, although I'm trying to get my shit together, and I've come up with a stream schedule now. It's got to be raining. Hold on, I have to look outside. Yeah, it's like dumping rain. But yeah, streaming on YouTube is very hard to grow apparently, which I guess makes sense. Twitch is the place to be. I actually used to do my gaming streams on Twitch, but when the Pig Step music disc came out, um because I played the Pig Step music disc in Minecraft, by the way, which is allowed. Twitch, like, muted the segment of my stream, and I was just like, okay, come on. I mean, as long as you're having fun, that's the most important. Yeah. I've been having fun doing it. It's just like, it feels boring when there's not really anyone in chat to really talk to, or, talk about what I'm doing or whatnot. And then it also, in me being bored, makes it harder for other people to like want to keep watching, especially if they like find the content and then they see me and I'm just not saying anything. It's like, well, it's not much to. It's just like a downward spiral that I can't keep up with not being boring the entire time. But yeah, I also had my first raid today. That was pretty cool. Um, what else? What else is there? You could use the empty chat for rubber ducky programming, so you're talking from time to time. Rubber ducky programming. I have never heard of this. You're gonna have to explain this concept to me. Rubber ducky programming. That's an. It's explaining a problem to a rubber ducky. Ah. And by that getting to a solution. I see. I see. Okay, so I have heard of that. This just wasn't the thing that came to mind. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing that is hard about streaming, I guess, is like you're kind of just talking to the blob in front of you, your microphone. And it's kind of hard to see my microphone because it's canceling it out. Maybe if I move in front of it, like you're just talking to this metal object, and like nothing's happening. uh, I don't think I've ever really struggled too much with that though. It's just like I don't have anything to say most of the time. I'm just kind of vibing. When I'm gaming, it's a little bit different. Unless I'm like doing something grindy, then it's just like, oh, I don't have anything to say. I'm mining a bunch of blocks. There's not really. Now, if I'm playing My Summer Car, though, that game is not fun, and that's what makes it fun. I should do a My Summer Car stream again. I even have the racing wheel and pedals. I haven't had those set up in a while. I just don't have space in my room. There's no space in here because I got my bed behind me. I don't have anywhere else to put all my stuff. Well, I can put my like desk out in the living room, but I don't want to. Never played it. Looks like a fever dream. You mean My Summer Car? I don't know why I enjoy games like that so much. I don't really care too much about the storyline in My Summer Car, or like doing like actually completing the game, doing the rally race or whatever you're supposed to do. But like building the car is fun and painful. But like building the car, exploring the world, messing with things, being a menace to society in the game, just like I don't. I love a. I can't wait for my winter car. I can't wait for it. It's supposed to be even more difficult and even less fun, and I can't wait. All right, what was I up to in here? Fixing player and drawing. So I've made drawing less worse by not remeshing every time. If or well, not remeshing when I am just drawing a particle that's already there. You know, Pacific Drive could also be fun for you. I have seen uh my girlfriend play it. So like I kind of don't want to play it because I've already seen the game played all the way through, or mostly I've seen it mostly played all the way through. So like I already know how the game goes, unfortunately. It's just like I would love to play the game, but like there's not anything else to do. I've already like experienced the game pretty much. That's the unfortunate thing about games like that, like very story based games, where it's like I want to play the game and I would have fun playing it, but like I've already watched someone else play it all the way through, so I already know what happens. I already know how to play it. Know things that, if it was the person's first time playing through the game, like now there's these things that like aren't going to be a struggle for me because now I already know what to do. You always try to avoid content from games you want to play, but yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, I I also tend not to like do too much like watching content if there's a game I want to play. Like even then, it's like, yeah. But that's why I like more sandbox games or like freedom kind of stuff, like Minecraft. Is like I've watched so much Minecraft content, but you know what? There are literally infinite possibilities in that game. And modded, you've just added infinite possibilities times each mod. It's just like you can't run out of content. And like even mod packs, like I've watched, you know streamers or videos of like Stone Block 2 played all the way through or whatever, like, but I haven't actually played Stone Block all the way through, but I played Stone Block. I still have fun with it. Like I can do things completely differently even though there's still like a very kind of hard coded story into it. And mod packs so huge they become games. I know all the mods is basically its own game. Oh my goodness. All the mods 10 is kind of slacking, but I think that's because of the whole Neo Forge thing. A lot of mods haven't been updated for it, like Create and stuff. I think Create got an update recently. I don't know if they got NeoForge support or not. Man, the Create mod is insane. Like actually, I this is like Create is like every kid's dream of what they wanted to do in Minecraft or what they wanted to have in Minecraft. Like actually insane. I'm not really a fan of like how some mod packs decided to use Create as like, especially forcing the use of it for progression in some ways. Like it felt a little too much hands on and whatnot. Like I don't really care about gear ratios and motor speeds and whatnot just to do automatic crafting. I just want an automatic crafting table block or something like what I'm used to. And maybe part of that's just like I don't like change kind of thing, but at the same time like it was just, I think Stone Block 3 was very Create integrated and it just felt harder to do things sometimes, especially like with like AE2 and stuff, as the crafting recipes were like modified. It's like you don't have the classic AE2 uh, stuff that just you put it in a block and it combines the pattern with the thing. Now you have to put the pattern on a create press and belt or whatever. Just like it felt very tedious and annoying, especially if you didn't automate it. And I don't automate things very well in modded. I guess I should focus on this too. I want to make it so that particles can move between chunks. That would be amazing. Because right now, I just. What do I do for particles when they want to move out of bounds? Do I even do anything when particles move out of bounds, or they just disappear? Well, they don't disappear. Doubt that. I'm clamping the position to try. So if the position to try goes out of bounds, it just goes to the edge. I see. So really, I'm just right here is where I should do a check. Somehow figuring out which direction I'm moving too much from. Out of the available dimensions. And then in knowing that, it's easy to figure out which direction I'm trying to exit out of the chunk. And now that we have chunks and a hash map, it's really easy to access the chunks to anywhere or in any chunk grid position, I should say. So the one problem though is that I actually need to at least pass the chunk, and then I also need a probably different function for particle moving or particle placement inside of a chunk. I also really would like to have like the chunk boundary lines, like kind of like Minecraft's chunk lines. I'd love to have that so I can actually see where the heck anything is and what directions what. I'm so lost. Okay, so in here we need to pass an unordered map of IVEC3 and particles chunk pointer, not whatever the heck that is. Could be helpful for debugging, yeah. Because right now, I guess it's not going to compile. Yeah. Ugh. So we shouldn't. What the heck are you importing here? Standard unordered map. I hate that I can't go to definition when I've done that. Next simulation step If we go to usages, particle system, particles chunks. That way we can access it. Yeah, it's like right now it's not easy to tell where chunk boundaries are even at. It's just like I don't know. Like I have to like use the debug stats here to like maybe figure out where I am. I don't even have like a stat in here for like my look chunk pose, I don't think. Like it's hard to read all these numbers. It would be nice to just have chunk boundaries drawn. And like I used to have them when I was doing ray marching because it was very easy to just do that, rendering in like ghost voxels that don't actually be part of literally anything. It's just hard coded in the shader. Whereas like now I don't have that luxury anymore. Okay, so process simulation step, particles chunks. If we get to here, instead of clamping, we want to check how much out of bounds it is. So basically, GLM IVEC3 we'll just do this, and then we basically want this minus the position to try, pose to try. You could put blocks hard coded to the chunk borders to kind of have an idea. That's true. It is not that hard to do that. So if I go here, I could just add a few debug particles, which I have done before. IVEC, GLM, IVEC. So let's see, we want one at 0, 0, 0. We want one at 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. One at 0, 1, 0. And one at 1, 0, 0. Oh, I guess I need to actually delete all the chunk data. Delete. Get out of here. Yeah, I have done this sort of thing before. So it's like, okay, well now I know where each chunk's 0, 0, 0 is. And then also like the directions which I can just infer from the 000, but I guess, yeah. The meshing, the culling is weird when you're looking through transparent particles. That's a problem I don't care about. But yeah. Somewhat better, but not as great. Especially if you like start drawing a bunch of particles all over the place. Kind of just gets covered up. Like from a general look, it's not as bad. I cannot wait though until I can actually I could actually expand this out to draw even more distance. Where's my distance control? If I do like 10, this is gonna be a 20 by 20 by 20 or 20 by 20, 20 by 1 by 20 area of chunks. Chunks will be vertical eventually, but like look at that. That is just insane. Simulations struggling a bit, but that's you can actually see it individually updating chunks. Just look at it from very high up. That is insane. Actually mind bending that this I even managed to get this to run at 500 FPS. Oh my goodness. And then we're not even greedy meshing here. We are culling faces that don't touch air. But like I can draw like way out there. I think I've limited the distance a little bit. Yeah, this is as far out as I can draw. Like that's kind of far out though. How's your PC doing? Well, I'm also streaming and using the GPU, but 80, 60, 80% usage. Adding this window back in here kind of reduces it a little bit. Maybe. It's not too bad. Not even really using that much GPU RAM. Not using that much VRAM. Not doing too much on a 3D. Some of this usage is also because I'm streaming. I'm using hardware encoding. Not bad. Not even like touching the CPU all that much. This is only I only have 2 threads in total that do something. One thread's just the main thread, and then the second thread just is where all the simulation step is done. So that every time the step runs, if it like lags, which it definitely is lagging here, it's not like lagging the rest of everything else. But like, I have a lot of cores too. Memory usage could be better. How much memory is this using? Probably quite a bit. Actually, half a gigabyte of RAM. Only 7% CPU usage. Very high power usage though. I'm sure the disk usage goes quite high while I'm loading and stuff. But like, it's not too bad. I don't think it'll run on a laptop with integrated graphics very well. I mean, I could test that, although the laptop I have that has integrated graphics is an Intel i9 with like 24 cores or some crazy thing like that. But like, that's still pretty good for that. I can also re-enable vertical chunks. Optimization is for like, okay, here's the thing about optimization. Rendering was very unoptimized. I only had to change, I guess, about just 2 lines of code to fix it. Every frame I was doing this, which is sending the mesh to the GPU, is uploading the mesh data for each chunk to the GPU. Now I didn't have any of this extra stuff around it, so I was sending it to the GPU every single frame. Now I only actually send it if the mesh has been set as dirty. So if the mesh gets updated, if I run the remesh function, it'll set mesh dirty to true, and now I know that I need to re-upload it. And that jumped me from like 300 FPS to 700. I don't think I need to do this for every chunk. It could be wrong. This could just be run once, but not that this probably has that much of a performance impact. This was the thing that has the impact. Sending the vertices and indices every frame, that was not good. I also was still doing it with this, but it's just like one cube, so it's like nothing. It just doesn't matter. But yeah, now I've fixed that. Are you limiting the simulation with the frame rate? The simulation actually, it runs on its own thread, so it's completely independent of frame rate and stuff. Where is it? It just runs on a clock interval. Like this is the simulation thread. It's just this. That's the only other thread that exists in this code other than the main thread. And all it does is sleep for the simulation interval, starts a clock, acquires a lock for the chunks, runs a simulation on every single one of them. I could probably do something where I like batch this out to like a few different threads or something. That's for later. I unlock, get the duration, and then I guess I don't technically use the delta right now. I need to fix that. Basically, I need to make it so the next time it sleeps, that it sleeps for the correct amount of time, so it's not like 200 milliseconds after it finished each. You always hated multi-threading in C++. I have not had any experience multi-threading outside of C++, and it doesn't seem too bad, but like I can't really compare. I guess I have tried multi-threading in Rust, and I wanted to die. But that's because I don't like Rust. I take that back. I don't mind Rust. I just don't like the ideas, the rules you're supposed to follow. Like I just don't vibe with those well. Me and my JavaScript and C++ brain just are incompatible with Rust. And it's just one of those things that I just need to learn Rust a little bit better. Rust could be the future C++ though. Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of pushes for Rust to kind of be the more preferred low level language, which I don't know about that. Like you can't kill C or C++. Like they're just necessary evils of the world right now. And like I could be wrong. There could be a language that comes along that's a low level language that completely murders C and C++, but like just hasn't happened yet. It has to also be adopted too, so. And like I would say C++ is actually one of my favorite languages, at least right now. There this that's not to say there isn't problems that I have with C++ or like things I don't like about it, but like overall it just feels much nicer to use now. And if I was doing like stuff that like interacted with the internet, like making HTTP requests and all that nasty stuff, I don't think I would want to deal with that in C++. It seems like a pain. What version are you using? I'm using C++ 23, I think. Yeah. So I guess I technically can use modules, right? I was having a conversation with someone about that earlier. I did try to use modules. In fact, I think that's the reason I stuck, or the reason I wanted to use standard 23 was because modules, but like I had already had all these header files and like trying to move things to modules just wasn't working. I couldn't figure out the pattern for using them that worked well, especially in combination with things that are header files. Just not not as great. Okay, so let's see. I still need to use this. That's a problem for later. Also, loading in the chunks. I need to have like a loading screen. That would be kind of nice. Probably wouldn't necessarily do that in here. Like update could just be the thing that takes care of loading in the chunks, like it already kind of does. I'm just like loading a few of them in by default. A lot of this stuff. Also, particle system's not right anymore. Particle system used to be the thing that managed all particles, and then like I needed chunks, so I moved that to chunks, and now like this is more of a chunk manager. But then it also is like the top level where everything else kind of just sits. So now it's just like the general everything that like the component management thing. It's like we take care of, updating the player. We take care of loading in chunks around you. We take care of rendering some of the MGUI debug menus. We do like some of this rendering stuff for chunks, and like this is a mess. I mean, before I had like all the player controls in the camera code. I've moved that out. Optimization is for later. Yeah. I like right now I don't have a reason to really optimize anything else anyway because uh I'm already running at like 700 FPS, so there's not really much else to optimize until I run into an issue later. No reason to optimize things that are not really in need of being optimized. But then again, there's sometimes where it's like, well, you should probably. So this try place particle at, that's gonna need some work, but what we need is a like I'm trying to think about this. Either, well, okay. I don't know if this needs to be two separate things or if it could be one thing. I guess for now it could be one thing. I don't see a reason to separate them yet, but I guess that's why I'm thinking through it now. I need to be able to ask a chunk if a particle could be moved into a position. And then if it can, it should be moved there. But then also the chunk who's requested the particle to be moved there needs to also know that it was moved there or added, copied. I'll probably just copy for now. It's not like I'm not really passing like pointers around. It's just copy the data. But I guess there's not really reason to do that. I guess you would want the ability to know what's around because cross chunk interaction later, where like, and also when I make this better, you're gonna want to know the particles around you, and if you're like against the edge of the chunk, you're going to need to be able to test the particles in the chunk next to you. Now, this is where the other thing comes in is do the particle positions be stored relative to inside the chunk, or should they be stored on said global particle grid? And that's where I kind of was lost at one point. Is like, I guess I should figure that out then, because like it also then kind of changes how easy or hard it is to figure out where a particle goes. But because like say the particles positions are stored on the global particle grid, then asking a chunk if there's a particle at a position is as easy as just doing the exists value on its hash map. Whereas if particle positions are stored relative to the chunk, now I need to, based off of which chunk I'm testing into, I need to do some math, and the math depends on the direction. I'm sure there's some mathematical way to also do all of that in one operation, but like just a bunch of if statements. Basically, I need like a particle border rollover thing. Hmm. Particle 2. We're going to want a constant particle data, particle information. We're also going to want a GLM IVEC. Well, I guess it would be UVEX right now. UVEC 3. Reference position to move to I will have to go to sleep now. Have fun streaming. Alright. Thank you for chatting for a bit. Have a good sleep. Yep. I'm gonna make this do a bool so that way we know if it moved there or not. Generate definition. Alright, let's think here. So the position to move to, if particle hash map has the position to move to, then we want to return false. We did not move. The answer is no, we can't move there. Otherwise, we know we can move there, so we'll just do that. Add it. Return true. This would also be the place to signify that we've dirtied the particle data, so then we would need to know to remesh. To do signal signal whenever we'd have some, we'd probably then want to have like a separate like remesh if needed function. So instead of the chunk being responsible for remeshing itself, some other like update loop or the like main update loop is responsible for like right before render, just go ahead and try or remesh if needed on every chunk. Because once you've run the simulation, then it's like, well, now all these particles might have moved in this chunk, but like this could have been after it's simulated itself. Meaning that there would be a frame where this particle is not shown. And then if the chunk it was moved into doesn't remesh the next frame, then it's not gonna show the particle. But we don't want to remesh in here because that means we're remeshing every single time a particle moves into it, which is dumb and bad. Uh, but maybe while I'm testing this, I'll probably do that. For testing, I won't push that to actual code. Or maybe I will. I just don't care that much. I think it's still raining. But yeah, for now we'll just remesh. So try move particle 2. Then in particle chunk, process simulation step. Rather than clamping the position at try, we bounds map it, or compare. I guess we gotta figure out what this even means then. So let's think here. If the pose to try let's think about x first. So if 64 minus 65, which would be -1. So if x is negative, bounds compare x is less than 0, then we know that our x is greater, meaning we are to the right. Then we know we're to the right. I'll just move these back up here. If we are to the right, so we need chunk pose, glm ivec3, chunk pose inside. We can just set that to our chunk. Chunk grid position? No. Or is it just grid? Stop doing that. Grid position. So we know we are going into the right. So our grid position dot x plus equals 1. So we go one chunk to the right. And then we do the same for each thing. I'm sure this can generate some reliable code for me. Oh my goodness. I just realized how weird it looks. Just seeing like the tiny version of me on my monitor right here of me like plopping a what do we call these? Jolly Rancher into my mouth. I don't know if you can see that. I'm looking off to the sides because my OBS is over there. But then if I'm looking directly at the... Well, if I'm looking directly at the camera, it's because my stream dashboard's on that monitor, so... I don't know why I can't think. I probably didn't get good sleep. Okay, so... Now we know our chunk pose, but then we also need to determine the particle position in the chunk. That's a big pain. What is it? So we already know our wrongness. We also know where we are. And we just have to figure out how to roll that over. Let's see. So we're to the right. GLM UVec 3 pose inside chunk. So if we're to the right, we're entering the chunk from the left. So our position is plus the dimensions. Pose to try a new chunk dot x plus equals the dimensions dot x. And then here would just be minus. Same for y. Z might be weird. If why are we updating grid position? Darn autocomplete thingy. I'm not supposed to update our position. Grid position. Chunk pose. Does not equal grid position. Or we want to break. Maybe. Well, actually, that depends on if we're allowed to move. If we moved, break. If we didn't, so we need const bool moved equals particle chunks at, well, first we should check if a chunk there exists. Why, hello there. Thank you for the follow, Boss Gans. Welcome to the stream. I actually lost my music again. Let's try this one. Alright, so if particle chunks contains particle chunk inside, I also don't know what to do in that case. I guess we can't move there, so we just continue. So let's not do that. So if the chunk doesn't exist, we can't move there. So we just continue and try a new position. Otherwise, we might be able to move there. Now we can actually determine if we can move there. Chunk pose inside. Try move particle 2. Then we want the pose to try in new chunk. And the particle information. I guess we don't keep that. We can just do this then. We're normally dealing with particle types, I guess. Our particle information. Go ahead and put these on new lines. Now, if we moved, it should be true. So if moved is true, break. Else, continue. We also need to particles map remove. Particle hash map remove. I don't think current pose is right. Yeah, it is right. Okay, that's fine. If it did move, we'll remove it. Otherwise, we'll just continue. We'll try again. So we moved break. Continue. I would be very surprised if this actually works the first try. Let's move this. So I guess the easiest way to see this is these are probably ending up over there. Or they are becoming very much lost. Yeah, they're ending up on the other side. Maybe? We've got a sand particle up here. For some reason. No, they're ending up all the way over here. Okay, so particles do move between chunks, they're just not correctly. Let's do something here. Let's make it so from x0 to x64, then from y0 to y1, 0 to 64. Position update. I'm not going to do that with those. And then let's do some messing around. Let's make it so my friend the debug particle always moves one direction. So I guess random left right will always just move left. We'll go ahead and take our debug particle and just say random left right, which will always just move to the left. And then we will delete all of our chunks. And that way we just have a basically super flat. Okay. And then we also still have our axes. So if I go ahead and draw a debug particle, looks like we've crashed. Oh, I've just created an infinite loop, that's why. Alt F4. Get out of here. I can't actually do anything. Yeah, there we go. Force that stop. You're supposed to do this kind of thing. Generate next move. Switch. We just want random left, right. And the default case is to say that we are done. That way we don't end up with that. Okay, so we didn't end up saving chunk data. Fine. Let's go ahead and change to a debug particle. This is not moving. Ugh, I'm drawing constantly. Okay, where did those end up? All the way over here. So we've moved 1, 2. We've moved 2 chunks that direction. So something's not quite right in here. So we move 2 chunks in that direction. go ahead and put a debug particle down. I can't see where shit is. Let's just go to a clean slate here. Why am I still drawing? Stop. Okay, that did move them. I don't know why I continue drawing. I think it's just like a lag thing. Okay, there we go. So these need to be flipped. Should probably just add like a control or something, like shift all particles on the y-axis by 1 or something. So random move left. Let's see. So these need to be reversed. Okay, and then try move particle 2. Should also add to the queue. Next positions update. Let me generate some of the chunks around so it's a little less painful while I'm moving around. Oh, it's very bright over here. Alright, go ahead and do a debug particle. Just move to here. Stop drawing, please. Stop drawing. Stop. Is my mouse disconnecting or something? Stop. Okay, there seems to be some update order madness. I see. It's very difficult to see what's going on there. Okay, let's go to the front of this. So it does end up there, but then the chunk then next to it is updating, so then it just moves it over. So it gets moved twice per update. So I need a way to then say that you were moved into this chunk, this update, You're moved into the chunk this update, so you shouldn't update your position if the chunk's updated this update. But if the chunk has already been updated this update, then there's no way to... So, I guess the problem is that this chunk gets updated, then this one gets updated. So the particle moves to this chunk, and then this chunk updates, and because this particle was moved into this chunk and is added into its update queue, it's going to also move it. So it gets moved basically twice per update. Well, it does get moved twice per update. So that's why it like jumps. You can probably very split secondly see it like actually be there. So, but then the problem is if this chunk's updated first and then this one updates and the particle moves into, which is not what's happening here now, the particle then moves into it, it then does actually need to add it to the next update, because then when this chunk updates again, it's not going to... So I guess if we reverse the direction of this, random left right, please take me there. Random left right, if I just change this to right, we'll probably see things not doing that now because of the chunk update order. So where's my long train? Probably way out this way. I don't know what happened there. We'll just ignore it. Yeah, they move seamlessly. And that's because this chunk updates and then this one does. Although now its update order has changed. That might be because we've... Like, it just depends on where the chunks are in the... So... Really, we need a second kind of queue. Basically, we need to queue the particles into the chunk to be updated next. This is also brings along the other thing of like you don't live update the... That's another skipping again. Happens when they hit the very edge. They'll just stop because there's nowhere for them to move. So I guess I need to figure out how to like cue them to be updated next frame, no matter whether the chunk's already been updated or not. So we can like change the sim speed so those go faster. That looks freaky. Wish there was a little bit of an easier way to zoom in right now, but it all just like comes clashing together. Yeah, if I load a chunk, it'll just start. I guess it won't because they're no longer queued for update. Well, some of these might be. The ones that have hit the edge might not be. No, if they can't move, they don't get queued again. I guess the thing is, if they can't move because they don't know if they can or not to the side or to another, if they wanted to move to a chunk and they couldn't move there, or they didn't also end up moving somewhere else and being some other rules applied, then they need to probably be added to the update queue again. That's probably problems for later to deal with. More importantly is figuring out how to deal with adding them, because they should exist in the chunk. They just need to not be in the update queue. Until all the chunks have updated. And see, I can't just, once the chunk updates, move its things into the queue. Or move some second queue into the next queue. I can't like put it in there because then the chunks that have already been updated won't then update the next simulation step. So a lot of it's just dependent on if the chunk's updated or not. And I guess that just brings like another kind of problem where the changes of, like, if one chunk's updated and then move some particles into the next chunk, and then the next chunk updates, and there's some particles in the chunk that's already updated, there's, I wouldn't say like, there's like a sort of issue of things, updating things that have already been updated and also going off of their updated state rather than what their current state was before anything has been updated. So then that brings the other thing is like, maybe there needs to be not very great exactly, but like when a chunk updates, it doesn't update its current data. It puts the updates, it puts the new state into a separate value, and then when other things access the already updated chunk, they are only accessing the unupdated data. And then at the end of everything being updated, then you just apply the updated data to each. But the other problem is, if a chunk, that you would have to deal with some conflicts. I should really like draw this out. Let's get paint. There's a problem then with dealing with conflicts where, let's think, drawing shapes is kind of annoying because the way it works. So all right, let's take this in the 2D perspective. We have these two chunks right here. Then we have, say, some sand particles. Guess maybe not right here. Let's put it here. I really wish that when you draw things that you could still then select the thing you just drew after. Otherwise you can't, like, now I can't do anything with it. Is there a way to do that? Move background. Hello. What are your area? What is your area of expertise? What are you good at? That's kind of a hard one. I'd say I'm pretty decent at web development. I'm currently learning a lot about machine learning stuff. I really enjoy writing like custom game engines and games from complete scratch, especially with like a team of people. But I haven't really done a whole lot of the game development stuff. Could you show me some of your web development work? Sounds interesting. I think really the only web development stuff that I really have to show is my website and probably this schedule personalizer thing. Like, my website's pretty simple. I should probably update it. I think this is really the only web project that I've actually worked on that was also like used by a decent amount of people. Not that you can really demo it necessarily. I guess you kind of need a login, or I guess you can skip. Yeah. I don't think it really works correctly. I guess it does, but like it was some schedule thing. It was like in high school, our schedules were really confusing. So if you were to give yourself a name, what would it be? Web developer, like based on your skills, what you say. I would just say like a general like software developer. I don't really feel like I have a specific area I'm really strong in. I'm just pretty good at like figuring out whatever it is that I need to do. Yeah, software web development. I'm not really good at styling things, as you can probably tell. The lack of good style. A lot of this is just kind of the base material UI. Okay, well, I have a proposition, and no, I'm not selling anything. Alright, what do you got? I'm studying to be an electrician. Cannot speak. I was bored and wanted smart friends, so I made a Discord, and I'm looking for smart people to add for networking with each other. We already have a mechanic, actually, and some guy who's good with computers. Would you be interested? We already have mechanics and a video editor. Ooh. Started the project today. We have around 5 people, one joining later. Yeah, sure, why not? I do actually enjoy video editing as well, or like making video contents, photography, videography. I am not very good at those things. I also tend to like overthink some of the stuff or whatnot, but like I do like doing that stuff. Okay, add my Discord. Will do. But yeah, currently I'm working on this 3D falling sand simulation thing. Go ahead and do that. I can't see my Discord screen because I've got things in the way of my screen. How the heck do you add people as friends on Discord? I've been using Discord for so long, and I've never added someone as a friend on the desktop app through username. I've always just like, oh, I'm in a Discord with you already. I'll just friend you through clicking on your profile. Alright, I'll join once I'm done with the stream so I can focus on this. So what would you say would be a suitable nickname for you? Take a look at the others for ideas. Oh, I forgot there's a blue line across my monitor, my old monitor. Yeah, I'd probably say like software web developer. I also really want to build more computers. I've built a few computers, but it's an expensive hobby, very expensive hobby. I'm just very general like computer and video kind of person. Smells like smells like the sidewalk when it's like warm outside and it has just started like raining. Like, you know, the sun's still peeking through the clouds a bit. It's kind of like, I wouldn't say like raining, but like, you know, you've got a little bit of rain coming down. You get the nice sidewalk smell. I kind of smell that. It is raining, but like it's been raining for a while. And it's not even that warm out, so. Perfect. 4 members. Thanks for joining. If you have a problem and can't figure out a solution, you can post in the questions tab. Perhaps we have a professional who can answer. We'll see you for now. Talk later. Alright, see ya. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Just a chill guy. We'll see you for now. This is not my main Twitch. My main Twitch account was banned. I don't know why, but yeah. Oh, that's maybe advertising this. I don't know. Good luck. Alright, back to my MS Paint. I really need a better, like, drawing software. Hold on. I bet I can pull up something. Uh, what's a good, like, drawing thing where you can, like, actually, you know, edit the shape that you've moved? I just need, like, a simple, vector graphics editor online. I just like Pro Vector. Can I just like draw a shape and like move it around? Open a file, create. Okay, so I've drawn a shape and I've drawn another shape. Can I select a shape and move it around? Yes. This feels kind of hard to use. I guess I'd have to get used to it, but let's try this. So if we set the fill, I'll just set the color here. The colors I was using, green. Okay, we'll stick to that. Why'd you go to gray? Green. Draw another. I guess I could like. Ooh, fancy. Set the fill to some orange. So I can control click to move. Control alt. How can I Yeah, does this have like a dark mode background? Alright. Can I... Here we go. There we go. Okay. Now I can draw my sheep of choice. There we go. So if I have this, and then I should be able to copy that. There we go. Okay, so we have these two chunks here. We'll say we have a particle. We can probably shrink these a tiny bit. I do not want to rotate. Man, does this... Can I, like, change the background color? Object, select view, theme, dark. Fill. I guess the solution is to draw a big rectangle with a black fill and send to back. There we go. That's a lot less painful. Alright, how do I move around? Okay. This is fine. This is fine. So, if I have a part, let's say this chunk updates, and this particle, can I lock these? There we go. So, okay, and then lock that one too. There we go. So, say this chunk here is going to update, the chunk, this one. This particle wants to move to here. Actually, we'll just say it's here, okay? So this particle wants to move here. If it then moves here, modifying this chunk's structure, now it's here. This chunk now updates, and now this particle can't move here or anything. It'll probably whatever else, but let's pretend things can only move down in this case. Nothing moves, and all is fine. But the other problem is if this is then added in this chunk's update queue, this chunk's also an update it. So say for whatever reason this particle's next update is also going to be moving to the side. Let's say this particle for some reason just always moves to the side, and these two will ignore their properties for the sake of demonstration. This particle has already moved in this single simulation update. We're just updating this chunk now, but this is in the queue, so now it's going to be updated and moved. So now it's just moved 2 spots in one simulation update. But if this chunk updates, and we'll just say the case these all move, then this chunk updates and it moves. Then it gets added to the queue. Then when this chunk updates again, it'll move, and all is fine. But if we're not adding to the update queue when we put the particle here, then it's done for. It's not going to keep moving like it's supposed to. Now, the other thing is that's problematic is in this single update, we move this particle here. Alright, I guess the thing I'm thinking about is um basically we don't actually update the data of either of these, the actual data of either. We just create a ghost into the queue that this particle will be here. But the other problem is, say this particle is supposed to move down. It's going to move down, but our ghost is here. So then with whatever operation we do that goes in and then applies the actual new version of the updates, it's going to have to, well, I guess technically this cube would also ghost move to here. So now we have two things that want this spot, and we have to then figure out how to manage that conflict of who gets this spot. And that also seems infinitely more complicated as well. So we basically have a problem of this moves here. It needs to know if this chunk has been updated or not. So we need to know if this is an update or not. And if it has been updated already, then we add our self to the update queue, and also the particles around based off of whatever our rules. I'll just say that for now the rules are to always add everything around to the update queue when something moves to a new position. Besides the point exactly. This needs to add to the update queue. And then when this chunk updates again, it'll, do its thing. Trying to think. But if this chunk hasn't updated yet, I'm not sure how to really handle that. Because we could then say, don't update this position in your queue until the next update. Somehow we need to globally know a particle in the update queue which simulation step it came from. And if it's the current simulation step, we don't want to update it again until next simulation step. But the other problem is like this moving into here, I feel like causes like issues in terms of like, well, this particle was going to move down right here. Now this chunk updates, now it's not going to move anywhere. And I guess that comes at the problem of updating chunks not all at the same time, but then updating them all at the same time is not great. There's one thing I could think of, which is adding this things just get really complex when particles move between chunks and the update order of chunks and things. Essentially, I need to... I guess one thing is I could add the particle to the data. See, it's just a problem of like, this chunk is, still in the past, and I'm putting the future into it. Or this chunk is in the future now, and I'm putting current into it. So it's just like a timeline mismatch problem where, like, either way, there is no way for both to be current. Because, like, we're updating this chunk based off of, like, say this chunk's updated, now this one updates. We're updating this chunk based off of the future of what this chunk is. But maybe it's not really an issue. I guess the thing I'm really thinking about is, like, you're going to see these conflicts. They're going to be very noticeable. Especially with slower simulation steps time. But, like, the best solution I feel like I can think of is moving this actually into the data, but adding to a secondary queue, a secondary update queue of, like, particles that have been moved into the chunk. And then once all the chunks have been simulation step processed, just moving the particle from that queue into. Because in both situations, that will solve the problem. But is that the right way to solve the problem? The other thing I could think of that's much more complex is that each chunk basically processes its updates, but has basically, then you have a list of the updates to be applied. I do not need best viewers or whatever. Thank you very much. Basically create a list of the updates that are wanted for each chunk, and then running over that running the actual simulation on every chunk individually, and instead of actually like modifying the data or anything, you just come up with a list of the updates that want to happen, that are believed to be able to happen, and then you go over that list again, but resolving like conflicts between chunks. So like, say both these chunks, I guess I should really make this a different color. Let's do like some blue color here. And then if I alt this here and then make this somewhat transparent, that helps. Okay, so say this particle wants to move to here. I should really make these smaller or something. But then also this particle, it gets told to move here. Then what happens is now you loop over the list of all the changes, and like you have to like diff them. So like when I come across this change, which was a move into this, like the change diff is only going to have conflicts between particles moving between chunks. All other conflicts, like, is that right? All other conflicts, there wouldn't be any other conflicts except where things like this occur between chunks. It's like in this chunk, a particle moves here. Like this is, no particle from here could conflict with this. There's something moved to here. It's like, well, yeah. But, well, I don't know. That's not true, though, because if there's a particle that was right here, too, that also said that it wanted to move here. But maybe that could be resolved because particle update order, like you update in layers or something, which is probably not what I'm doing anymore now, but you would compare where you want to move to against both the future list, the updates to apply list, and whatnot. And it's like, if there was a particle here that moved here, and then there's a particle here that wanted to move here, it's like, well, there was something else was already wanting to move here. I just won't move there. I'll try somewhere else. Basically, like, resolving the conflicts internally like that is pretty easy, but like then resolving these conflicts is dependent on update, because this is updating in itself. Yo, Aaron, thank you for the follow. Trying to figure out how to do the simulation of the particle stuff. You did a particle sim in C++. It was a fun project. You have 50k concurrent with collision and physics. Wow. This is what I have so far. I guess things are a little bit broken at the moment. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm currently discussing my issues with things moving between chunks. I should move a little bit further away from this light. Yeah, makes things infinitely more complicated. But yeah, this, like, within the chunk, everything's fine. But like when something moves from a chunk to another, there's I'm having some logic errors out of my league. Yeah. Things are very difficult in 3D when it comes to this falling sand kind of simulation thing. Like, particles can now move between chunks. It's just not visually appealing. And that can be very easily demonstrated with this. Not very. When it crosses between the chunk, it has some. I mean, that time it wasn't so bad because it was update orders, very conflicting. Cool looking animations for your 2D one. Let's check this one out. Particle Box Dynamics Engine. Ooh. Can I zoom in on that? That's pretty cool right there. There's just like a bunch of bouncy balls or something. Yeah, the temperature and stuff too. Entropy. I really want to add temperature stuff that like determines how the state of things change, like water turning to steam and stuff. More about the data structures and optimizations. Yeah, I'm really struggling with that. For a while, I struggled with the whole data structure stuff. I was using a 3D array, which works fine, but it also just means like storing also air, and like I just don't want to store air particles. There's air, there's nothing. I don't need something stored there. So now I'm just using hash maps, which haven't had any noticeable impact using hash maps. So what was your first 3D project? This is my first 3D project. I tried using octrees, but like the problem with those is like removing elements from them is it's usually just more efficient to just recreate the entire data structure with the modification to it that you want. But like trying to do that, it's just like, well, if I just use a hash map, I can just remove and add things from it. I don't care what the underlying, I mean, I do care. It's probably about the same kind of structure as octrees, kind of probably at some of the same concepts. But I can add and remove things, both very efficiently, and without just, if it works fine, it works fine. Technology stack, OpenGL. Very good. I feel like OpenGL is very, like, not very self-descriptive of kind of what's going on. I struggle with it a lot because it's like bind vertex array. Now you bind these buffers and save the data, but it's like why do you do this and then this? Like, I guess I know why here, but it's just like, okay, well, and you're like doing these things. It's like not clear when things are modifying this or not, and it just It's like OpenGL is a state machine, so it's just like, yeah, I feel lost. I don't need that open anymore. Oh, it was on here. Updated 4 days ago. Interesting. Lock free, zero allocation update cycle. It's like, you've lost me about here. Is this all on the CPU, or are you doing compute shaders for the simulation? I should probably do compute shaders, to be honest. It's all SDL for the sim. OpenGL for the controller elements. I don't really know what SDL is. Is it just like another graphics library or something? "400 FPS with 5,000 particles." I was gonna say that's kind of weak because I have like loads of particles here. I'm getting like 700 FPS, but this is also like you're like real time simulating actual like physics stuff though. Like I'm not even doing that. Rendering is fast. Simulation is not that fast. Simulation cannot happen at 700 FPS. Even lower level? Interesting. Does it have like a GitHub or something? Very slow to load. I'm guessing we can particle box. Spatial partitioning. Interesting. My music ended. Let's see. Okay, so back to my thinking process over here. Okay, so it's really easy to resolve conflicts inside the chunk because... But how is that different from an outer chunk was because the outer chunk hasn't updated yet. We're in the current update here. It's really easy to, because everything in here is current and conflicts are also current. Like, if this chunk's update, yeah. Man, this is not an easy thing to think about. I think probably a diffing system of some sort makes the most sense to do, but is also more complex. Whereas just actually moving here if we can, and then just adding to a secondary queue that just gets put onto. Well, I guess the problem is no, that should work because if the chunk's already updated, then we're just going to end up in its next queue. That's fine. If the chunk hasn't updated, we won't be in its queue. Which is what we want. Here's the other problem too, is like adding the positions around it when it does move to the queue based off of its queuing rules. I guess that would be adding every position that exists around it to the queue. But then the problem with that is that if this then updates and this moves here, now its position is different. You wouldn't want to add that into the... I mean, like, in the assumption that you do the whole 3x3 around it, this would still then be in the... Well, no, it wouldn't be, because it would just be error. You just would have been like, yeah, no, it's not there. There's nothing there. There's no reason to add it to the queue. This is just very... Well, maybe then we don't add the positions around to the queue. Until we actually add it to the queue. And then we can just then add all the positions around where there's a particle in our secondary update. I don't know, it doesn't feel quite right to have like two steps like that, but I feel like then also it's just necessary anyway. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I am back. Alright. Alright. I gotta figure out what is the best course of action. I think adding just a second queue is probably the most decent way to deal with this for now. And like, if it needs to be different later, and it probably will as I learn what the heck I'm doing, then I feel like these are... The problem is it's not like... I don't know if there are like similar problems that people have ever run into. So it's not like, and if people have, it's not like something that's common. It's just not like I can go look it up very easily without like deep research, and even then I probably don't find anything very useful. I feel like it's just one of those things. Is like I'm inventing this. I've got to just come up with the method, and whatever works is what works. And if some other genius comes along with a better idea, then I'll go for that. So next position update. I don't know, we just say like future next positions update. It's probably not the best name, but then we have update, but process post simulation step. We could also handle like doing the remeshing stuff in here. Like checking if we need to, I guess we should have like some sort of particle map dirtiness thing that we keep track of, kind of like what we do with the mesh. Deal with that later though. Process next simulation step. And for now, the only thing that we'll do is next positions update. Am I gonna have to loop these, I guess? What are these? DQs? Give that a star. C++ concatenate DQ. DQ1 insert DQ1 in DQ2. Okay, so basically just loop over it, but you can do that in a line and use their implementation. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60. Our DQs, I don't want to have a position in there multiple times. Are these, basically a set is kind of what I need. What am I expecting from these? Process simulation. If empty, we're not going to do anything. Standard move, position, update. Huh. I'm trying to... Wrong Chrome. I guess I need to look at... C++ reference. Double-ended queue. Index sequence container allows fast insertion and deletion both its beginning and end. Insert and deletion at either end of the DQ never invalidates pointers or references to the rest of the elements. Why do I use a DQ instead of just a vector? Really what I want is a set. Because I never want to position in there twice. Why can't I just go to C plus reference? There we go. I don't really care about the sorting. Is there a unsorted set? Yeah, unordered. A flat set. Mm. Interesting. So probably want to use a set. Or I still have this running. Yeah, we should probably use a set. Hmm. I mean, a DQ would be nice because then you could insert in front or insert in back. Meaning that if you wanted to like prioritize updating particles around a particle first before then updating the particle, you could put those things in the front and then put the particle itself in the back. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we don't have that problem right now, so maybe we'll just leave it, and then in here, just loop the chunks again, and then process post simulation. Did I even actually... No, it's not gonna pause. I forgot I need to... Try move particle 2. So we want to future insert. This seems pretty smooth. We still have an issue where, like... I guess one of these is getting, like, stopped up on... If one of them gets... Yeah, it's just like the update order is weird against some of these. And they determine that they can't move, and then they don't add themselves back to the queue. But then, like, the particle that caused it, so like if there's one here, And this one can't move because this one didn't move for some reason or the other. Then like now this one doesn't go back to the queue, but then this one's still in the queue for some reason. It does move, but like all these aren't in the queue anymore. And like this one moving, it's not telling this one that it should also update, or should also maybe update now. Of the transparency has some render order problems. Should also probably not be printing every time. That could be another issue. This also really shouldn't remesh every time. We should probably just solve that now. So we can do... And then, let's see... Particles dirty dot store true. And then in here, say particles dirty. We can also do the same for drawing. Well, actually, drawing has a different problem though, because yes, it's dirty, but we're not going to remesh. Well, I guess we can just, if it's dirty and update, we can just remesh, but that could be problematic with the simulation step. Well, simulation step just sets it to dirty though, so we just get to decide where to remesh. We could probably just do that in update. We could even have like a something later on, so like a thread that takes care of like remeshing tasks. If this load, if the particle data is dirty, then we want to remesh. This is probably not thread safe. necessarily. And then we want to particles dirty dot store false. That should be a tiny bit better. Oh, we don't actually call update on particle chunks, do we? Just want this. For auto chunk in standard views, values particle chunks, chunk update. I guess I need to do this threaded too, though. Yeah, I can feel the remeshing. We're not going to want to remesh there. So we're going to leave try place particle at. Oh, let's leave that alone. Oh, the delay is so bad. Why can't I move while I'm drawing sometimes? The other thing would be to actually make remeshing a little bit faster. You could probably pre-allocate certain amount with these. Trying to think the best way to like make drawing a little more performant. I guess I already have basically, but and just say particles stored dirty. Guess we should probably Hmm. Wonder if there's a more clean way of doing this. Let's see if I... First off, I could do this. Particle type info, get next move. Position to try. I don't think this needs to be here. Particle type. Just GLM IFX3. Yeah. Percolate type info, get the next move. If next move is done, break. So really what we need to do is like gather the information around the particle, pass it to this. This will figure out where the particle can move to. And it can return some information about that, whether it's moving where its new position is, or if it can't move, then it can't move. And then we don't have to like loop a bajillion times trying a bunch of different spots till we find one. I mean, we still kind of would do that in there, but so maybe this is fine, I guess. If the position to try Y is less than 0, continue. No. We don't want to do that anymore. Particles can move between chunks. Position to try, we're not going to clamp anymore. We gotta do all this weird comparison stuff. I feel like it would be better to just gather all the positions in an area around the particle that are empty. Pass it to this. And it can figure out which positions within its rules are acceptable to move to, if any. Or you can figure out which position to just move to based off of what's empty around. But then you don't have to loop through a bunch of well, I guess you still have to loop through a bunch of rules. But it feels less like it would be less complex if this would just return to me a position that I can move to, or if I'm allowed to move. And all of this weird crap wouldn't need to be done if we did particle positions as global particle on the global particle grid. And I still don't know if that's what I'd want to do or not. I mean, like, it's not really like it's that much of a performance issue anyway to do all of this. I mean, maybe it is, but now the chunk pose that we are inside of now is not the same. But I feel like there's just maybe a better way. If there's not a chunk there, we'll just continue. I guess the thing is we should probably know that well, if there's not a chunk there, we'll just continue. But the problem is if we end up finishing, but we never actually re-add in the queue. We never re-add into the queue because we don't know if we can move to the chunk next to. So maybe it's just best to And I feel like the movement rules of everything is basically the same. It's just that it depends on, like, it really needs to be more, like, physics simulated instead. And quote-unquote collision detection. But I feel like that's just for another time. So maybe I don't mess with this too much then. Just like, it kind of works. Really what I need to do though, at the very least, is this needs to be done better. Adding the particles around it to the queue. So if a so we're here, we're allowed to move. So we found a place we can move to. The other thing that's difficult is if there is a particle at a position, and we test to move to that position, but the particle is one we should swap places with. So that's definitely where having the particle type take in well, but then even then at that point that's where it's just better to like more realistically simulate. Where like particles have a velocity of some sort, but then like they also have like a density. Like values like that. Where like none of the numbers have to really be realistic exactly, but like if a particle has a velocity feels a lot easier to deal with because you don't have to really test a bunch of positions trying to move in a bunch of directions, where instead you just have a direction that you are moving. That is the only direction you can move, is the direction of your velocity, the force that you have remaining within you. And then that also comes the thing is then particles can also move more than one spot. But then the thing with density, like density doesn't have to be like a real value. It can just be like sand as a density of some number, and let's say very unrealistically, sand has a density of 0. It's as heavy as can possibly be. I know it doesn't make any sense, but then water has a density of 1. So in that case, if there's a particle with density 0 on top of a particle with density 1, and the particle wants to move to a position, then what? Stupid things. But like, it doesn't have to be real values necessarily in terms of this. Velocity would probably be a little more realistic. You'd also probably want you probably also want some sort of you would want to apply some sort of deceleration, reduction in velocity every time. So like otherwise you have a velocity of, but like you could assume gravity and like basically you just apply gravity to said thing each time that you simulate. Should we get my music working? Man, I'm getting excited about this now. So yes, now the question is, do I just scrap all of this and actually do that? I feel like that is pretty much like that's really the end goal anyway. So like, but then it's much simpler. Like if I pull up my thing here, it's like if this sand particle has some velocity, let's say 2, which means 2 particle positions, it's going to go from here well, let's just say this is 2. It's going to go from here, 1, 2. Or let's say it's 3. It'll just go to here because it hits this thing. And like, if I really wanted to get realistic, I can just, you know, apply some of that force into it. But I think for its starting sake, probably just stop. But like at the same time, gravity needs to be like applied to it. So like realistically, it'd probably move like 1, 2. But like in the case this does move 3, which it would then only move 2 because there's something in the way, it would then automatically just have the velocity of down. The velocity of gravitational force being applied to it, essentially. But the other part to that is then things can move a little more realistically, whereas like now it doesn't have to move one position, but like heavier things, or I guess not really by weight, but like, 'cause technically weight doesn't actually anyway, where like things can move more than one spot, so like things can actually like move different speeds than each other. And like, I guess that's where you wouldn't, because technically mass doesn't mean you're going to fall faster if you have more mass when gravity is applied. There's a science experiment that proves that or something, or whatever. But the thing that does apply is like air resistance, whereas like something that's heavier might not have as much air resistance. It's whereas like something that's much lighter, or even like of less quantity per se, doesn't really it has a lot of air, has a lot of effect on it. Like say dust. Like dust is going to have a lot of impact. Like if it's falling, it has a lot of it has a lot of resistance from the air, so it will fall slower. Whereas if you dumped a bunch of gravel, it will pretty much have no resistance because it's heavier. There are also more surface area, and I guess surface area doesn't really do it, because like if you had a feather, it would also fall slowly just because it would end up like swaying, whereas a rock will just go straight down. So it's more like how the air kind of interacts with it. I obviously won't be doing realistic air interactions, not yet at least, but like kind of faking simulating it, whereas mass or weight does actually affect how much gravity applies its force. But anyways, if a particle does come to a complete stop, then it just automatically has gravity, which you could say would be, for sand, would be like, move 3 places down. And then, like, say in this case, it's like, okay, this water wants to move 2 spots down. Well, it moves 1, and then, oh, it can't move there. Okay, so now it's stuck here. Now, gravity's applied still, and it can't move. No movement. But here's another thing, is that when the gravity force is applied, perhaps there can be a little bit of random direction that the force is applied on. So, like, can I draw like a line? A line, perfect. We'll make this line a different color than everything else. I'll grab my thing. I should be able to... So, like, this would be the immediate downward force. It's kind of weird. Is there a better way to deal with a line? I don't think so. It's like, this is kind of weird. Okay, there we go. That's how you can rotate. So move it here. Is there a way to rotate different axes? Whatever. Basically, this is its force. Whereas, like, I could apply a little bit of random force this way. Or a bit of random force this way. My goodness, this is not an easy tool. But, like, then that could influence this particle to, like, oh, I'm supposed to move this direction. Well, if I move that direction, oh, I can move right there. Although that's probably a little more mathematically complicated than that, but ideally water is not going to just sit here like this. It would want to, but like some sort of like random extra side force, maybe like per particle, that could be defined. Because like sand, for instance, like this might want to go down by 1, but like its extra force is only enough to make it do this, but not enough to make it go, if it was like this, to make it actually move to the side. So it's only enough if there's like room to diagonally move, I guess you could say. But like it could be a random direction. But like you want to still be able to end up with the classic sand pile. Like, I have a sand particle falling here and it ends up here. And now it can end up here. And I have this one which can end up here. And I guess technically more like this would be, I guess it could roll off. But like if this wants to move 2 spots, now the next question is it allowed to go like this and then also like that? I guess it's a little confusing though to see like a particle go from here to here. That's one thing that needs to be thought about. So then, like, figuring out how particles are allowed to move, or how much they're allowed to move, like defining the rules for that. But I feel like it's probably a lot more efficient to probably do that. I guess, though, the problem is still, like, now every particle needs to be simulated, kind of. So the queuing system might not work anymore. Maybe that's not true. Because, like, if these are all sitting on the ground, this one's the only one that needs to update and moves there. None of them are updating anymore. None of them need to update. None of them need to be in the queue. It's only when, like, another particle comes along and it's like, hi. But then it's like, oh, well, I can't move anymore, so I'm fine. But, like, say I erase this particle, I'm going to need to probably select all the particles around it, put them in the update queue. And then this one will probably go, oh, I'm allowed to move here now. It'll be updated, that one will be updated. Then, or this one will also be added to the queue again, or it's updated, still can't do anything. Then the next step, it's like, oh, still can't do anything. Which is still far better than, like, updating every single particle. And I guess where said density can apply, I should probably not use these so much. Is like, if I have a sand particle and it wants to move 2, it says there is a thing that is supposed to be above me right there. Then what it would do is move here and put it there. So it would just move it up 1. Now the thing is, in this case, if there is something above it, then that's different. So, like, if we had, like, a pool of water here, and this sand particle is, you know, up here, it wants to move down 3 spots, which would be here. Obviously, it's going to have to step each spot along the way and make sure that it's not colliding with anything else. So it wants to move 3 spots, but it's going to move 1 and then 2. It's going to find out, well, I'm moving into a thing that should swap with me. If I got here, that means that the spot, my last position, is available to swap. And then it'll just be there. That's the end of it. Both of these, or I guess all of this, needs to be added to the queue. Which, yeah. Then the next step, the next time it updates, this will be like, well, I can't move down because, yeah, it might move there or like whatever. Doesn't really matter all that much. Then this one will say, oh, look, I can also move here. You're supposed to swap with me. Like, I want to move down too. Oh, there's something right there. What are you? Oh, you're something that's supposed to swap. One thing, though, might be complicated is like if this is moving like on a diagonal. Like if it was here and it wants to move diagonally this direction. I guess diagonals are a little tough. Gotta make sure that you can actually even then move that, because like if we say like velocities in terms of particle steps per se, then diagonals are somewhat longer, although I guess technically there's not really length on the diagonals, because technically these don't have any volume. I guess this sounds strange, but because everything's on a grid, there is no such thing as space, I guess you could say. Like a point doesn't take up space. All of these are just points. The way they're rendered, yeah, they take up space, but in data, they're just points. There is no space that they take up. So like moving diagonally is just moving one down. Like if I want to move diagonally this way, it's just that, which is just, 1 minus 1y plus 1x. It's just its slope in a way. Whereas this is just minus 1y. Or if I want to go 2 values. Or if I want to go like, I guess if you're moving like, I guess the thing is if you want to actually have a little bit more directional control, like this can only then move like 2 down 1. But like, where is that on the in-between? It's like, it can be here or it can be here. So like, how do you figure out where? If there is something here, what's here? Because like, I mean, if you draw a line, I mean, that's like there. So now you're like in between spots. So I guess that's where it is problematic. So like now how do you determine where that is? How do you decide? And like it could be something as simple as it's then just integer, casted or whatever, which would just, clip off the decimal essentially. So it's just like it could go here and then here. But like it'll still have that directional, and I feel like that's like, I guess then that's problematic then, because now it's here when technically it's here, so like its slope is now like moved over. I don't know if that makes sense. Like if it's, I guess if you're keeping track of its real, like its real position. Like things get really weird with that though. Like basically particles have like an actual decimal position, but they just get like they just get locked onto a grid when they're like rendered and stuff, or like they're stored locked to a grid based off of where their real position is. I think I've tried something like that before and like it doesn't work very well. But, like its real position's here, it's going to be here though. And it's still going in this direction. So like now it's here technically. I guess we can use our ghost. It's technically here. When you update it again, it's still going in the correct way. And like say it can then move there, it'll just then go there. But like I don't really want to do that, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing to think about. Yeah, I think scrapping all of this for just a more physics-based thing, like we would still have particle like type information, but it would not be in control of making up positions to try. Instead, it would be in purely as just saying like the values of this and what they're supposed to be, so they can be used for calculating where the particle can move to. And then like we can apply random directional forces to make things move how we want them. I guess there could be like, yeah, I mean like part of it then is that the particle type would store like information about how that random movement would be applied on top of all the things. I still need to figure out if the actual particle grid positions should be used or if they should be relative to the chunk still. There's got to be a better way about figuring all this out. Like a better way of like clipping the... Basically it's like an inverted clamp is what I need. Is that what I need? I suppose. I mean, that's kind of what I am doing here, right? I guess really this would just be if the position to try is less than, like if the x is less than 0, then we're in that chunk. And it's just the absolute value of our x. Is it? That's not true. It's not the absolute value. Well, not in this, yeah, not in this weird stuff. Does the bounds compare? If I had the position to try x is 0, so now the difference of the chunk's dimensions. If the position to try x is less than 0, it means we're out of bounds on the x to the left. So really it's the chunk to the left and the position to try x the x minus the dimensions. The dimension, the x dimension, I should say. Yeah. Minus the x dimension. And then for greater, it's still minus the x dimension. Yes, there's a way better way to do this. So really it's in either case. So the position to try x value is less than 0. It means that we're moving out of bounds to the left. So we're in a chunk to the left. And the position to try in that chunk, the value is position to try x minus the dimensions. And then if the position to try is greater than or equal to the dimensions, so the max value, it's out of the bounds to the right, then we're to the chunk to the right, but it's still the x minus dimensions, because we're greater. If we subtract the dimensions, we get our loop back. So really it's this minus dimensions. And we're just trying to check what chunk we're supposed to go to. And then trying to think. If any of the values in the result of position to try x are negative. So if any of the values are negative, then we know that we are still inside our chunk. Is that true, though? This is always minus the dimension. GLM UVEC 3. Oh, I guess this would be like IVEC 3. We'll just call it pose to try check is the position to try minus dimensions. Actually, dimensions is not dot x. Is position to try an IVEC? I believe so, yeah. So position try to check. So we don't actually need to do this. We just need to determine which chunk we're trying to go into. As +1 -1. This might actually be the opposite direction. We'll see. I guess I should think about that, but too lazy. So now we then can check. Although maybe ideally I just don't do any of this if I know I'm not asking to go in chunk. Position to try check. So if all of the values in this are less than the dimensions, if all of the values are negative, we're still inside our chunk. If any of them are positive, I guess I should say, if any of the values in this are positive, so if position to try check and if the positions are greater than 0, then we are not inside our chunk anymore. So if any of the values are greater than 0, I guess technically greater than or equal to 0, then we are not inside the chunk any longer. The problem though is that any of the values that are negative in this value hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's see. So in this is more of just like a test, really. And whatever ones are greater than 0 are our position. I guess, well, if some of them are negative, then there's the other way about that too, is if all the values are less than the negative of the dimensions. Whereas if any of the values are, and the values that do evaluate to true, so really we want like a bool vec, and then that way we can mask out You're still going at for a while? Yeah. I am getting tired though. How long have I been live? Almost 8 hours, 20 minutes. I'm struggling through some miserable logic here. Trying to figure out how to determine if a particle is trying to move outside of its chunk. Oh. And then also then needing to determine which direction. I'm sure there's some like super great mathematical way to do this. You know, no math. Fair enough. I know like enough math, but like there's also just I don't know if I really know how to like put things together and like make stuff out of thin air with math. It's like, okay, yeah, I know some formula and what it does and how to use it, but like I don't know. I know a whole bunch of formulas. I don't know how to like combine them to make something useful, basically. Like I just don't have that kind of skill. I need someone else to tell me how to combine those formulas to do, or like someone to tell me what formulas to combine to do a specific thing. Yeah, so if position to try check if any of the values are less than or equal to 0. But then we still need to know which ones. So it's still like these checks here anyway. Let me like undo all of this hard work. Spamming Control Z. That's where I want to be. So I've got things moving between chunks now. Takes a bit to load up because I have like a lot of stuff. There are some like weird issues with like things not being added to the update queue for whatever reason. Like they do smoothly transition between the chunk now. It's just like I spend some time thinking about how I actually want to do the simulation, like wanting to actually do it a little bit more physics based. Yeah, I need to figure out why I'm not loading some particles correctly or saving them correctly. But I want to do a little more of a somewhat physics-based movement rather than like weird randomized rule-based. But yeah, I was thinking a whole lot earlier too, is like I've actually gone far beyond what I really wanted to achieve from this in like the beginning, and like I have that now. Like, yes, there are particles of different types. Yes, some of them move in different ways, and you can draw lots of them, and it's not like 3 FPS to like simulate them when you have a like not insane amount of them. The only thing I could say maybe that I still would have wanted is like things that interact with each other. Like I have all this water over here, and it's like if I draw a bunch of sand, it's just going to sit on top of the water because nothing actually, yeah, like that. For some reason we get particles not updating right there. So like I think that's the only thing really, is just like interactions. Well, basically, like if there's a sand particle on top of water, it should actually like swap places with it. It's like sand doesn't generally float on water. I mean, like you can get like in like real life, you can have like a little bit of it kind of like sitting on top of like weird surface tension kind of stuff. I'm not gonna do that though, but in terms of like falling sand simulations, usually the sand does not just sit on top of the water. They usually swap places. I love the mess I have made here. This is perfect. Why is there a steam? This is not working right. Also, drawing is less laggy, but has latency that's pretty ugly. Like, that's pretty bad. It's because I can't... I need to figure out how to deal with remeshing. I guess I could also add a few layers of vertical chunks. See how well my program doesn't crash when that happens. I was going to try that earlier, but I didn't. I think that's as simple as loading some vertical chunks, as well as not limiting the Y to 0. So we can do int Y, and we'll limit it to like 2. And we won't enforce that anymore. We have 2 vertical chunks now. This will take significantly longer to load. Oh, that's right. This is still... camera position. I see. We don't want to add Y, we just want to set the Y to... I don't know why I've made this code very complex. Watching all the chunks load there. Okay, now we don't have vertical loading. Well, they should be falling. Oh, but they aren't simulated. They're not added. Okay. So let us delete chunks. If we go into here, we can say don't do this if our chunk grid position Y chunk grid position Y is not equal to 0. It's the wrong direction to that statement. There we go. Reduce sand all the way up here. Should fall through. Some of it seems to get stuck. I'm not too sure all of it really makes it through either. You can see the chunks individually updating though. It's kind of not great. Also how slow these simulate. It's like snow. Do like 10. That's a little better. Now that's pretty cool though. We are pretty close to infinite in all directions. Still limited by the Y for now. I don't need to like generate chunks that I don't need to generate that many chunks. I mean, I technically could, but you know, the lag spikes though, or I guess that's from generating. Actually, probably not even generating. That's just from like loading and unloading the chunks, which is not great. Yeah, like I've pretty much got what I've wanted from this project. Not that I want to stop working on it, but I definitely have gotten further than I thought I would in the first place. Because even like most projects that I start, I basically don't even touch ever again after a few months at like it's not great. Like I'll think about these projects a lot, but like I definitely won't do anything with them basically ever again. Like this one I've actually worked on for months. I'm obsessed with this project. Basically my stream's not even software and game development, it's just gaming at this point. I need like a bigger draw size. Look at this. This is insane. Yeah, there's particles like getting stuck mid-air, which seems to happen a little more easily. I guess it's probably to do with me using a set now instead of a... See, what drawing could probably do, instead of trying to acquire a lock, it could just do the... Well, I guess I would have to do that. We could do it... in a non-blocking way. Like, basically, it could try to acquire the lock, and if it can't, then it'll just add it to, like, a list of things to add. But if it can acquire the lock, it'll add anything from that list plus the thing. But then I'm not blocking. I'm trying to draw. Although, I guess it's not really an issue. It's the lags mostly from loading the chunks in, because they just have like a lot of stuff apparently. That it's not even that much. This is just a one thick layer that's 64 by 64. I would expect that to load a little less crumbly. Then again, I'm also doing like weird stuff to load it. But yeah. I think I'm going to end the stream here because I need to go to bed soon and got work tomorrow. I guess I also technically have a stream scheduled for tomorrow. I don't know if I'll do my stream tomorrow. And if I do, it'll probably mostly just be like planning and whatnot for this. Good work today? Yes, thank you. It'll mostly just be planning on how I want to actually do the simulation, because I guess there's not really a point in continuing to do whatever I'm doing here and trying to make it like nice and stuff if I'm just going to be completely rewriting it all anyway. So probably for sure next stream will just be mostly planning. If planning goes quickly, then maybe a little bit of code. It just depends on time. I think we're going to end the stream here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for all the follows. And thank you, Nathan Bags, for the raid of 27 people earlier. It was very nice. My first raid. Yeah. Got a pretty good place now with the simulation. Pretty much optimized everything that can be optimized at this point. So, if there's problems later, I'll just change what I need to change. Congrats on the followers. I know. Thank you. I got like... I hit my 20 follower goal pretty much overnight. Well, I wasn't even streaming because my advertising on your channel. And then I got a few extra followers throughout today. It's pretty good. Got some other chatters in here as well. Okay. Well, made good progress. I'm really bad at ending streams. Thank you all for watching. See ya next stream, hopefully tomorrow morning. Thank you all. Have a good night.